Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. I'm dying. Let's work now. No. Merry Beatsmas, you mean? True. True and accurate and correct. All right, let's run those ads. I need to go find my hat. I don't know where I put it. And smart and funny and cool and nice and beautiful. Wait, what was that too? I'm lost. I forgot what I said. I walked away and the context window disappeared. Hello, DDP. Hail and well met. To me? Oh, good. Classic tuna. Good morning, Nova. Welcome to the Beats Creations Twitch channel. I couldn't think. My brain's not moving fast enough to do a fake radio. 1015 The Beat. What am I doing? Opening something. Getting all my things together. Oh, wow. That's a long stream streak. I'll tell you what. Just a few watches. You only been here a little bit. Just kidding. That's pretty insane. That's insane, Tuna. You crazy. I get then. Okay, bye. $45 times 450. Oh yeah, for the streak. Although I think like the first few streaks are technically less. All right, I think we're good. Hold on. Hello. Oh, I didn't put my chat thing up. Someone could be on YouTube yelling at me. And I wouldn't even know. I didn't do my combined chat. Okay, we're good. I did it. I did the thing. Yeah, it's crazy, Tuna. Thank you for your dedication and patronage. That's what they say. Yeah, tis crazy. All right, what are we doing today? We are doing the update. No YouTube viewers. No, YouTube viewers are nice. We Twitch people are mean. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Twitch or YouTube. Well, YouTube. Sorry, my brain's just not awake yet. I'm still waking up. We don't get much on YouTube. Yeah, I guess y'all used to all pretty much see. That's why like I need to do more videos, is because pretty much everyone came from YouTube. I don't have some crazy interactions on YouTube. To be fair, a lot of the people who stay on YouTube are like 12-year-olds, you know. I feel like most of them are like, you know, young and potentially annoying. Not to say 12-year-olds are annoying, because we've had some cool 12-year-olds, but who are like, I like game design and I want to do this thing. You're like, cool, you go, buddy. But sometimes they're just obnoxious and normies. I'm special. Indeed, you're probably right. Yeah. I think a lot of time they're just kids and they'll just like yell stuff and whatever. Yeah, I've had some weird interactions with YouTube people as well. But granted, I think most of my people were YouTube and then converted to Twitch because of Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Gotta get yourself that Bitcoin. Anyway, let's work on some stuff. I gotta figure out yeah, see, it's a less points for a 3-stream streak. Streak. This one. Literally spending one message. Oh, wait. Literally spreading one message over 40 messages was one thing I witnessed on the YouTube side. Yeah, I think I had basically a kid who was like, I had to ban like 5 times. I'm pretty sure he showed up once again and then just left again. But yeah. One word, a single letter per message. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, there's a lot of just like iPad kids, you know, I guess is the best way to put it. But a lot of people came from that originally in general, so I think it's like a great way to get new people. But I don't think it's necessarily the streams themselves. I think it's the nice part about the YouTube streams is that you get people who have watched your videos to jump over to YouTube and then jump over to Twitch. I'm an Android kid, that's why I'm so cultured. There you go. Actually, I'm a Android tablet kid, not an iPad. Actually, maybe I'll see that more for myself in the future. Yeah, I think so. Like, I haven't gotten a lot of people on YouTube lately, but when I released a video that did well, I would get a lot of people who had seen my video and then subscribed and then saw that I was streaming and then went, oh, that's cool. And then came to YouTube and then they talked and then they saw that they could get a drawing of a little guy, you know, for free. And then they're like, oh, cool. I want to be on the Twitch side of things. And then, yeah. Wish I knew what to do for long form content. Yeah, it's kind of hard to know. Because I feel like Let's Plays or something like that is cool, but I feel like they don't really gain too much traction because like people are going to watch the people that they already watch for Let's Plays generally, unless it's like a really niche game. but like talking about like just topics in general usually is maybe like, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out myself. It's hard. It's hard to do like interesting content quickly. So I'm trying to figure that out myself, because I don't know if the devlog format is really like a way to go either, but yeah, I wish I could clone myself and discover beats again. Coolest experience ever. Thank you, Tuna. You're too kind. But yeah, I'm going to try a little bit more devlog format stuff, even though I think it's probably not the play, but we're going to try it anyway, because I think it's going to be easier, because I could just yap about my game for, 15 minutes and then just upload that video in like, a few days, rather than taking, a month to make a video. I do over edit stuff, but, I don't know, whatever. Here we are. Yeah, Tuna, you didn't even see my content before finding my stream, did you? It's hard not to over edit, yeah. I like, I don't know. I feel like I go like way too ham. Like for my how to play video, I did not need to do what I did. And I'm not really being worth it, but hopefully eventually people find it and then it's worth it. But it's like, I don't know. Yeah, stream showed up on my recommended. Yeah, it's just, that's a weird one. That usually doesn't happen. Although I think it happens more when you're making videos. I think the more you're making videos, the more likely your streams are to show up in people's recommended. That might not be true, but I feel like it is, because I used to get that a lot more with just random people showing up. Never watch board game content. Do you watch like devlog content though, ever? Like video game dev or anything? I don't think you did, but maybe I don't know. My recommended section is great. I sometimes get videos with like 2 viewers on there. That's nice. 2 views. Yeah. Yeah, I think they've been trying to be better about that kind of thing, but okay. We got some stuff to do today. Most of it isn't gonna be as I say, yawning. Most of it's not gonna be like the most interesting ever. But it is necessary. We do want to get this update out, which means just working on the update. We just gotta write stuff out, a lot of writing, so we're probably mostly just gonna be yapping today, honestly. Unfortunately, we're not doing art because we have finished all the art, so I kind of just need to lock in and do this, if I'm being honest. The rulebook fixes, I kind of got to figure out what we actually need to do, but I'll keep it interesting by saying interesting stuff. All right, provide us a fun fact to keep it interesting. Give us the most fun fact you can give. Part of me is like even debating whether to do the rulebook or not, because we don't have like enough people to really make it super worth updating the rulebook for, because I think it's like 1 page and then it's just going to take me longer than necessary. But go jam slippers with locomotive. Is that just random words string together? You can't say that isn't an interesting statement. Yeah, I guess so. You done did it, Tuna. Yep. Okay. Yes, but it is interesting. True. There's something I don't know. I don't know anymore. You know, I just don't know. Okay, we're in the armies against everything. Is it under art? Where is rule books? Am I blind? Rule books. I am blind. We need to make rulebook version 1.1.7. And we need to figure out what that actually entails for stuff. We need an AI in chat that just says 4 random words every 5 minutes. There are ones that are like that, and I'm like, I just can't handle that. It just hurts my brain. It's like, I don't need to see that every 5 minutes of like, not necessarily random words, but it's like, hey, how's your day going? I'm an AI, and then the chat's talking to the AI, and it's like, yeah, it's probably decent for like additional interaction, but it's too much for me. All right, Tuna, what do we need to add to the rule book? What have we done, you know? I do need to add this, but I'm wondering if I even bother. I don't actually. At some point, I accidentally removed rules. Need to state the player gets to decide when a conflict, or if there's a conflict in what is attacked. At least I think I missed that. I don't know. I'll have to double check. State the objective at the beginning. That. I don't know. These are like 2 notes I did when I was like making the how to play video. It's like, I don't know why I didn't say those, but the icons. Do we change the icons? I don't think we changed any icons, did we? I think the things, let me write this here. Well, so here's the things I think we need to change. Let me actually just write it in here. For the rule book, I think we need to do these 2 things potentially. These are like, these might be larger changes that I might just wait until we're done with the old god thing to just like do a full revamp. But probably the most important one we do is the deck building, which is basically just these notes here, which actually I'm not going to throw in there because it's a lot. But deck building rules have been updated in the beta section, which I haven't actually done that yet. Well, this is more or less a future, or less a full feature now in the game. The deck building is still a bit experimental. I also would like to finish the old god update before reworking the rulebook fully. Now all decks are made up of 25 cards. Old god cards are set to, or old god cards, 1 old god card, 4 sets of player cards. This might be something that we could try to figure out how to word better. Because it says each set, or so yeah, so a deck consists of 25 cards, 1 god card, and 4 sets of player cards. Each set consists of 2 heroes, 2 lands, 1 structure, and 1 spell. You may include no more than 2 copies of the same hero or land, and 1 copy of each structure or spell. I don't know if there's a better way to word that. So like, let me just open Tabletop Simulator, because we're going to have it open anyway. Because it seemed to be very confusing to people. I mean, maybe the best way to say it is like, I guess, I don't know. Let's just create a lobby and just show, don't tell. I don't think this is, well, I guess load these. Saved objects. We need this. So basically there's two, like in one set, there's two heroes. One land, two lands, one spell, one structure. Like this is a set, right? Is there a better way to word that? I mean, I suppose I could just say, and I don't know if a set necessarily specifically has to have two of the same hero, but that's kind of how I have it in the pre-built. So I'm wondering if I should keep it that way, or if like it's okay to have like, you know, a bunch of different heroes. I don't know. Like, and I'm all for like players experimenting too, but like, this is how this works. How do you explain to people how deck building works if they want to make their own deck, you know? Like, that's how it looks, right? But for lands, it has to be two of the same lands. So in this case, that's how it is, right? It's two of the same hero and two of the same lands. It could be, in theory, one of like each, like how many cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? It could be 8. I don't know if I want to open it up so you can have 8 separate lands. I don't really necessarily see a problem with it. Usually the problem comes from having too many of one card type. Like if you have a ton of structures, your power is going to be way higher. But this is how the base sets are, right? Should we force people to if they want to do deck building, to have their base sets like, or to have their decks built like this? Or should we allow them to like, okay, I want to swap out one Royal Knight for, you know, an assassin, you know? A limit of 8 heroes, 8 lands, 2 spells, and 2 structures. You may have a limit of 2 of the same hero. Yeah, I think that's probably the easier way to say it, isn't it? Well, it's the easier way to say it as long as I allow for them to have a single hero. If I force them to do pairs like of these, then it's a little harder to word. But I think there's no real problem with that. Like, at least I don't see one. Usually the problem is having too many of one thing. Like, it's like, oh, I have 30 mages towers, you know, or like, you know, 24 mages towers. Obviously that would, you just lose, but you know, something like that. Usually that's where the problem lies, is having too much. Look at other TCG deck building rules. I mean, most wouldn't have a limit of like, you're forced to have 2 of one type of card. So I think that is the way to word it. So it would be, let's zoom in, enhance. 30 Mage Tower cards. Indeed, that's Nova's deck. Not only is it breaking all the rules, it has 6 extra cards. Yeah, I think rather than saying it this way, one god. So I'd one god card, 8 heroes. comma, 8 structures. Or not 8 structures, 8 lands. 4 structures and 4 spells. And then I go like this. You may include no more than 2 copies of the same hero or land and only 1 copy of each structure or spell. Okay, I think that's probably easier to word. I can win AE with only whale hunters. No, you can't. You can't. Actually, 30 kings could theoretically win. Yeah, I guess you just infinitely split damage as something attacks, and then you'd only get 1 damage across every single hero. And it's just a war of attrition at that point. I think your god would be pretty important in that case, but okay. We have solved that mystery. And we have decided that you don't have to have 2 copies of lands and heroes. You don't have to, but you can, is now what we have decided. And I think that's fair. And then that kind of makes it interesting because, like, even if you get a base deck, there's still, you know, 8 cards you can swap things out with, which is like, if as far as like monetary whatever, it's like that's kind of a good thing. So you could get like booster packs and swap out these things even if you bought a base set, right? That's a good marketing thing, I would say. I think that's a fun way to do it. He has unit gen, so you can attack and can attack, so it's probably the only hero that can solo. Yeah, it's true. I wouldn't say the only one. Although most don't have unit. I mean, Merchant technically has unit gain too, but or like Barbarian. Barbarian would be a decent option, right? They have unit gain. It would have to be a guy with unit gain though. Or you just rely on your god for unit gain, you know? You could do just 20 clerics and a god of creation, and then you're set. Or god of devotion, actually, right? To add shapeshifters in the tutorial deck because its rarity goes from legendary down to rare. I mean, it's going to be in every deck, or like not every deck. It was going to be in a deck, you know. There is no rare card because they're in every single thing. Although I suppose some are less rare because they're shared across a few decks. So anyway, moving on. What do we do next? So we figured that out. So we need to put that in the rules. As Old God's deck still needs an update, I recommend shuffling the deck, splitting in half, and only playing 27 Old God cards. This applies for the main deck and not the minion deck. I think this is like, it's kind of like meh for now. It'd probably be better to do it a little bit differently, like split the deck into card types and then play it. But I think for now, just half the deck is fine. Usually we never went through the full deck anyway, so I think that's going to be okay. I think that's an okay ruling until we've gotten to a better state for that. So and Tuna, you like every card, so you want every card to be legendary. At least every card we made. Oh, I feel like you go back to Shapeshifter a lot. I feel like it might be maybe your favorite. And I stored my cards. Yeah, that's fair. All right, we don't really need this anymore because we have that note in there. All right, deck list. Deck list, we just have to go through and write down each of these cards. I don't know if that necessarily has to happen right away, but it's just gonna be work that I don't know if is necessary, you know? Honestly, I'm not gonna do a deck list right now. It would be nice. But I think it's unimportant currently, especially because the deck list could change. It might be nice to have. I'm trying to think whether it's necessary or not, if this is like a thing I should do. The biggest reason it would be nice is because I'm gonna have to set this up in screen top. Shapeshifter is my baby, what can I say? I feel like Shapeshifter isn't really yours though. It wasn't a redeem that you did, right? That was just because we happened to have the whatever it's called. We happened to have him from D&D. Although I suppose you did come up with the idea to actually draw the character. At least I think that was you. It was probably you. Okay. What now? We need to update rulebook. I think the deck list is I'm still unsure whether it's worth it. I wish I only had to update this on Tabletop Simulator because screentop.gg is going to be annoying. I might just put that out slightly later, but yeah, it's ours. We made it. Get it? I do. That was a funny stream. That was a good stream. That was honestly a really good stream. We like to do this. I'm trying to think what to do next. I'll consider the deck list. I think it would be nice to have, but like there's a good chance it changes. So it's like, but probably not drastically, right? I guess we liked that stream. We did. And like part of me is wondering if I like have this up so people can build their own decks. I'm trying to figure out the best way to set up the table. All right, Tuna, what do you want to do? Do you want to do rulebook fixing? Do we want to do table setup or potentially do a deck list, which I don't think is completely necessary, but maybe is a good thing to do. It would help for setting up the screen top thing, which is technically the only way you can play the game if you don't have a computer. Well, short of printing it out, but you technically can play on your phone. Have you tried it? I feel like it would be horrible, but it's technically doable. Also, so I can share decks with people, explain them, get them interested. Okay, we'll do the deck list. Yes, it was horrible indeed. Sad. Part of me is tempted to just not do screen top anymore because it's like, in some ways it feels like a waste of time, but All right. Probably best way to do this, honestly, is make a new what file? A new spreadsheet. Deck list. Nope. Deck list. God, I can't type. Make a fancier color just to be different. Nah, I kind of just like the gray. Oh, I'm being called. It is my father. I'm just gonna tell him I'm streaming. Do them in order of difficulty. Yeah, that's actually how I have them listed here, or how I have them placed. Tell him I said hi. He says sure. Cool. My dad actually might have me help him with more moving stuff, so there might be a chance next week I'm just like gone again, but I'm really hoping to get my video out before then. I might try to see if he is okay with waiting until I'm done with it, but we'll see. Okay. Humanity. No, creation. What's the best way to do this? Probably we do, there's 4 card types, right? So we do like this. The first one is going to be the, or I guess this will be the god. We can merge these cells. This is probably a bad viewing experience. That's probably better. The video will go crazy. All the games were actually incredible. It's true, they were. They're very good. Okay, first we have Abriel, goddess of creation. Deckard Cain. I decided I don't like this color thing. We need to do alternating colors. I want something cheerier. I think the problem is I like a nicer looking heading. What's the god color? It's like, well, it's kind of gray, which doesn't help. Maybe just do this one. That's better. Or maybe we just make it the color of the god. That would be fun. That's too bright of an orange. There we go. Nah. Am I spelling structures right? It's a struggle being dyslexic, y'all. Struck. There's a U in there. T-U-R-E-S. Lands. Spells. We might end up making that just a gray. Do that. That looks good. Let me do this for you too, so it's not a horrible viewing experience. Of course, it does make it difficult to format everything because it makes it all weird. Okay. Trapeze fireman builds bookshelf. All the games were incredible. I didn't see Cat Cooks though. It was the first one submitted, if I remember right. That's true. It was submitted a week early. Cat was like, I finished it with time to spare, and I'm like, Cat, it's due in a week. Oh, it's weird. I can only have one thing zoomed in at a time. Well, hopefully this viewing experience is okay. Anyway. This actually might just be me going back and forth. Should we see if we can... Well, I can probably only do it like once or twice because... I was gonna say we could literally just take a picture of this and set it, put it in ChatGPT and tell us to give us the card names, and I'm sure it could do it. But the problem is we could only do it like 3 times because it just don't work like that, you know. I like how both the first card to be made and the last card to be made are in the base deck. I don't know what the most interesting thing to show you here is because I'm just copying stuff from one spreadsheet and putting in another. Mermaids in there. Oops, that's not how that works. Okay. Elusive mermaid. And then shapeshifter. Shapeshifter does make this deck a little more difficult to actually play as a newbie, but if the game was to explode, would you want to go back to redo older art? Because I can't imagine Osgathian Warrior looking any different. It's iconic. Yeah, I don't think I would redo it. Well, I mean, maybe I would. I think if I were to do it, it would be, I wouldn't change the pose. I would just, I don't think I would change the Osgathian Warrior himself. I would just change the, make it better lighting and maybe make the background more interesting. I'd probably leave him the same as he is, probably. I guess I could see maybe adding like a few little details to him, but I probably wouldn't go too crazy. I think he is kind of iconic though, right? He almost feels like the mascot of the game. Shapeshifter is low skill floor, high skill ceiling. Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, there's a military aircraft flying above me. At least it sounds like one. Anyway. All right. Those are the things we need. You think this is a good way to present it? I'm wondering if I do. I think it's going to suck if it's like this. So I might just do the next god underneath it. Maybe I do this. Maybe I go like this. Hold on. Let's just paste this over here for a second. Like this, X, like this here, like this here, go like this, go like this. And then there we go. And then the next god will be like here. Right? This is probably a good way to format it. The most visually appealing. Who's next one on our list? God of War. I'm just trying to make it look fancy, you know? I was thinking that too. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I was thinking originally going side to side, but then I was like, that just kind of looks like it's gonna be poopy. Sure. Yeah, he's definitely just an armor guy with a sword. Yeah, I feel like he could be more interesting. Like we could give him more stuff, but if anything, I probably would only just change the lighting. Maybe just some like tiny tweaks. I did do actually a few tweaks on some of the arts, but since it's conception, but nothing crazy. All right, what do we have? We've got for structures, we've got embassy, airship, farm, soldiers barracks. Embassy. I'm just copying and pasting from one thing to another, if I'm being honest with you. Farm. Gotta sneeze. You know what I mean? Soldiers barracks. Bless you. Thank you. Feel blessed. You should redo Bard, but this time draw even more pebbles. It's just rude. I feel blessed. Embassy of the Grand Accord. I do say. Just a card that's all pebbles. What was the last one? I don't remember. Airship. Caniktha. Quick. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce my own words. Lands. We've got a plains, right? Plains, beach, sea, field. Plains, beach, sea, field. Plains, beach, sea, field. Beach. Plains. I mean, we could make a Pebbles land card. Just gravel. Field. I really could just type these. I don't know why I'm just... Well, honestly, it probably is faster for me to copy and paste them because I can't do words, you know? Words are hard for me. Spells, magic missile, mage's shield, teleport, counteroffensive. Magic missile. Mage's shield. A desperate mage's shield to be exact. Teleport. And counteroffensive. Yeah, I like how a lot of the cards are... Oops, no. A lot of the cards are both the first and last cards to be made. It's kind of fun. Like, of each type. It's close. It's close to being perfectly correct on that. What are wards? I don't know. But definitely paid off for that fountain. So detail, because it ended up being one of the best hero arts. It's pretty damn good. I agree. haven't used him too much, but okay, that is that. I'm just gonna delete it. We're gonna have to reset this up later. This is gonna be bad. Oh, it's not working. It's not working at all. I don't like how the spread feature just doesn't actually work properly if you want to use the... It doesn't work in conjunction with the sorting feature. We're just going to use the search feature, which is not going to be great for you guys, but... All right, God of War is Berserker, Marauder, Pyromancer, Mad Scientist. Barbarian, Berserker, Warrior. Where is it? A Marauder. Shmeep. Mad Scientist. What was the last one? Pyromancer. The old Pyro. The Mancer of the Pyro variety. Just an arsonist wizard. Maybe I should just do this. I don't know if this is easier though. It's more visually appealing for you guys, at least. I mean, not by much, but structures. We've got Gladiator Arena, Wastelock Fortress, Waste Haven, Scathian Army Camp. Gladiator Arena, Ariba, Waste Haven. I wasn't kidding when I said this stream wouldn't be the most interesting. How are we doing on ads? 12 minutes. This is a co-working session is what this is. I keep hitting the wrong button. Y'all feel free to do something while I'm working, you know what I mean? Quicksand, turtle, desert, swamp. Swamp. My swamp. Swamp. Desert. Giant turtle. Teet's favorite. And quicksand. What else? Spells. We've got Charm, Mage's Shield, Scorched Earth, Catalyst. We're gonna cheat. We're just gonna grab Mage's Shield from here. Charm. Scorched Earth. Catalyst was the last one, I think. Next. Harvest. It's just very satisfying doing that. I won't lie. All right, we got Golem, Druid, Merchant, Bard. Golem. Golem of the Stone variety. Oh, I probably should put this as Harvest, huh? Elaine. A lion? I don't know. They're all fake words that I made up. Yeah, well, while I do this, how was everyone's weekend? Let's just make small talk. Druid, Bard. What was the last one? I don't remember. Merchant. I was like, it's one that doesn't seem like it would be in this deck. I enjoyed the one day of sun we got, and now it's great for a week. Yeah, that's fair. It was pretty nice on Saturday here. And then, yeah, I got cold again. Ugh. Okay, what's next? Windmill, exploration vessel, village, trading post. You should probably go to Philadelphia. Wait, Finn. Why did that hurt my brain? Philadelphia. Cool reference. I'm lost. I'm lost, Tuna. Give it a trading post. Village. What windmill did we say? Windmill and exploration vessel. Expedition. I don't know what I said. I said I don't even know. Who knows what I said? Who's to say what I said? Okay, clearly field is in here. What else do we have? Field, turtle, sea, forest. Field, turtle, sea, forest. Like C is one I really don't need to copy, but for some reason it makes me feel better. Turtle. Forest. It's like I could type that. I could definitely type most of these, but I don't know. I just don't want to get the names like wrong. Like maybe it's like, I don't know. I'm just self-conscious is really all it boils down to. I'm self-conscious about them word things, you know? It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, sitcom. Ah, it all makes sense now. I was thinking of going there for for PAX Unplugged. Arcane Construct, Entangle, Cognitive Enhancement, Militia. Arcane Construct. Go to PAX, go to PAX, go to PAX, go to PAX, go to PAX. Go to... Yeah, I really should. I would love to have my game ready by then. In like a actual nicely printed format. Not that I necessarily need that. It would probably be good to just go in general. But we'll see. Okay. That's another one done. 4 more to go. Who's next? Oh, I missed Magic. Wait, no. I didn't. Magic I put later. God of Destruction. I don't know if this is really the right order. I'm gonna be real with you. God of Destruction's probably harder because you have to like, you might have to like destroy your own things. It's probably more like this, honestly. Although Devotion, I would say, isn't really that difficult anymore. Maybe it's more like this. Yeah, that's probably about right. Devotion we'll do next then. As long as you end up bringing the whale. I mean, we'll see how much time. I mean, it's at the end of the year. I mean, there's just going to be so much stuff. Like, the end of the year is going to absolutely suck for me because I'm still having to figure out, like, all my, you know, money situations and stuff, especially with, like, you know, not making money on this kind of stuff. So, it's going to be interesting, to say the least. I mean, my part-time stuff I'm doing is definitely going to help, but Destruction is hard, but Magic is unlike any other God playstyle. Yeah, it's definitely different, but I feel like Destruction, like, the point of it is to lose your own stuff. It's like, in ways it's not hard because, like, you can destroy your own stuff. I don't know, a lot of it's just weird, you know? I don't know. It's all different now. Anyway, yeah, trying to figure out my whole life situation is gonna be interesting. Because at some point I probably just have to like take on even more work if I'm to survive. We'll have to see though. I don't know. You doing okay? I'm doing fine. I have like there are a lot of people in worse financial situations than me. I'm in a decent situation. I'm just trying to do this full time. And so I'm spending my savings and I'm doing a little bit of work on the side, trying to like make it work. But that will only last so long before I need to be like, okay, I just have to get a full-time job. You know what I mean? Or something along those lines. That is what's happening, more or less. I am doing fine. I just might have to get do real work. Well, gross, right? I'll have to do a job. What's your side job? Currently I'm doing like concrete work stuff. My brother's friend does like concrete polishing and epoxy floors and that kind of stuff, and I have like experience with that sort of stuff. Because I've like my past job was like a material sort of job. Like I did a lot of like epoxies and urethanes and concrete, and not, well, actually, yeah, concrete as well. Not building or anything, but like selling product. And then before that, I did like prop work. So I'm used to like manual labor and stuff like that. But Yeah, I don't know. It's it kind of works out because like it's something I'm decent at. But I don't want to do it the rest of my life. You know what I mean? You really had to throw in the J slur into my safe space. Yeah. You know what really should be more of a censored word is chores. I find chores worse than jobs because you have to do them your whole life. You know what I mean? Like, you have to fold laundry your entire life, you know? Well, I guess you don't have to, but anyway, what do we need? Priest. We need a priest is what we need. Anyway, ad time, right? Like chores because they're at home. I mean, you can work from home. Anyway, let's do an ad, and we'll be back. I was playing Dungeons and Dragons the other day, and by the other day, I mean like a year and a half ago, and my players were in combat with a monster. This was a pretty standard fight, but things ended up getting kind of dicey. No pun intended there. It was kind of intended. I wrote it in the script, but I didn't think, you know, whatever. Let's just get on with the story. Anyway, so one of my players ended up getting knocked unconscious. I'm generally pretty nice to my players, so this was actually a somewhat rare occurrence, which is maybe not how a dungeon master should operate, but I just end up wanting all the characters to be friends, and I don't know. But yeah, after the player was knocked out, the very next turn, they were quickly healed by another player and back on their feet as if nothing happened. Then they quickly attacked and defeated the monster. After the session, there was something about this fight that bothered me. And I think it was the lack of impact of not only being knocked out, but the lack of impact of damage as a whole. There were no lasting effects on the character. It really felt like there should be some sort of repercussions after being beaten senseless. And I'm not even talking about mechanically here. I'm talking about from a character standpoint. You would expect a character to at least be somewhat traumatized or afraid or something after being knocked out by a terrifying monster. So when working on my game, I kept all this in mind, and I think I found a way to solve this problem by allowing damage to be impactful to the character narratively as well as mechanically. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my tabletop RPG deck builder called Soul. Today we're going to be talking about my new equipment system, items, and how that relates to health. When I was trying to solve this problem, two game systems kept popping to mind. One was Mech Warrior's slot-based inventory system. Each weapon or component was equipped onto your mech onto a slot on their body. And when that part was damaged, it would no longer function. And the other one was the singular time I LARPed. Yeah, that thing where you run around in a local park and hit nerds with foam swords. It was high school, I don't know. What do you want from me? I'm totally kidding. I don't have anything against LARPing. I mean, look at me. I'm making a tabletop role-playing game by myself. For fun. Anyway, but yeah, the specific LARP I went to used a limb-based system for health. If you get hit in the arm, you can't use it anymore, and if you get hit in that limb again, you're dead, essentially. So really the same concept as Mech Warrior, just simplified. So with that in mind, I decided to make a slot-based inventory system with health as well. This will help a player sympathize with their character more. Damage generally is pretty nebulous. A player having 25 out of 100 health doesn't really mean anything to them, other than that it's kinda low. However, a character having 2 broken legs and a dislocated arm is probably something they can relate to. This also forces a player to adapt to their situation, both in a mechanical sense and a narrative one. Now, the rest of the details I'm a bit fuzzy on, so bear with me a bit. I have 2 separate ideas on how this will lay out. One is a character sheet that will look something like this, having a slot for each body part: head, shoulders, knees, toes, etc. Except not really that at all, and more like head, body, right and left arm, right and left hand, legs, and feet. I felt like this was a good idea, but after a while I felt like it was sort of limiting. How many cool arm items will there be compared to like actual weapons or items you'd hold in your hand? Or say you have a character who has a shirt that you like, but you also want a jacket over it. I'm only kind of kidding with that example. Anyway, so instead I just tried a different format, going with head, body, legs, right and left hand, and 3 utility slots that could take any sort of item.
I was hoping this would give a player a little bit more freedom and flexibility with builds without forcing them to only do one type of item per slot. So, not sure which way to go, but I'll figure it out soon. There's also a different problem other than me not being able to make up my mind, is that I've been planning on doing customizable items. These would be made up of cards and therefore need multiple slots. This is going to be similar to a lot of war games.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Where you can equip different add-ons to your weapons or your other equipment.
So I can't be worried about you because I know you'll be okay. I hope you know too. I mean, I will be okay. I'm not really worried about it. My biggest fear, I don't know. I don't know if you want to call it a fear or not, but oh wait, I missed the thing you said before that. Hold on. Because even if you can't do this full time, I can't imagine there's a creative job that you couldn't get to with your portfolio, and the time you spend doing all this will always have been worth it because of the memories you've made and the things you've learned. No, I agree. I wouldn't regret this ever necessarily, you know. But I don't know. It would be hard to go back, you know, to normal stuff, to normal people live of work. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. It would be difficult to go back to, you know, having to leave this sort of thing, but I don't know. It'll be okay regardless. But yeah, there is a point where it gets like kind of weird because I don't know. I mean, I've talked about this stuff before, right? Like eventually it gets to a point where I just have to do you know, real work. I also don't like calling it real work because that makes it sound like I'm not doing real work right now. You know what I mean? But I think you get what I'm saying. You've made 5+ board games from scratch. When have you stopped by something being hard? True. You're right. You're right, Tuna. Of course you're right, Tuna. Indeed. Yeah, I guess the thing is, like, I really have to consider when the point of like no return is, you know. There will get to be a point where it's like, oh, I just need to really focus on making money right now. I got to do some finance stuff. I need to like look into some of that, just to make sure I'm going to not be in debt. You know, that is the biggest thing. What do we have? I think we have Corey in here. We have River, of course. But yeah, no, I mean, you're right, for sure. Tundra and Hollow Ground, that makes sense. I don't know, it's stressful, but it's like, it'll be okay, you know? Oops. Only reason why I can be this cool being a jobless bum, I've avoided taking out any kind of loan. Yeah, for sure. I have my mortgage, more or less. It's kind of not a real exact mortgage sort of situation. More or less, my mortgage is through my dad. But I'm not going to screw him over. So, you know what I mean? Send reinforcements, hypnotic melody, cognitive enhancement. Send reinforcements. Hypnotic melody. If I was to take out a mortgage, I would be homeless within a year. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how sorry, I'm just checking my messages here for a second. Anyway, so you're way stronger than me. It's not even that. I think I would. My spending is really low. Like I don't spend hardly anything. My only thing is just like living expenses. I don't buy anything I don't need. You know, I don't do like any of the DoorDash, Uber, like not Uber, what, you know what I mean? Like any of that kind of stuff. Like I don't get any of the like I go out and grab, like get stuff. Like having stuff delivered is insanely expensive, you know, like that kind of stuff. I live a pretty cheap lifestyle. I don't spend money when I don't need to. It's nice to be able to do that. Like I can if I want to, if I make enough money, but then, you know, if I don't know, it's just like, it can be rough. Not allowing myself to have those kind of niceties, you know? But it does save you a lot of money. Like I don't go out to eat ever, you know? All right, what do we got? We got Wizard, World Studied Wizard. But I don't know. We got Soulfist Monk. We got Pyromancer and Spellblade, right? See, I just messed that up. I'm worried I'm gonna... Reckless Spellblade. I don't know. I feel like I'm just kind of mumbling right now, but Tebow, I saw the ping did not register that it would be streaming. Yes, it is I, Beats, the stream man. To be fair, it's not like the most interesting stream. We're kind of just, you know, throwing together a deck list and, you know, setting up the table and fixing the rule book, you know, that kind of stuff. Adonimus, yo, Adonimus also appearing. Same, although I do like supporting things that bring me entertainment, like games and this one board game streamer fair. God, I can't breathe. I don't know why. There you go. I was like, oh yeah, Toot isn't here. He isn't. Someone needs to hold up the mantle, you know? No, then I don't see a reason to stay. No. You know what? You're right. I shouldn't stay either if Toot's not here. I will in Toot's stead. No, Tebow. It's fair. If you stay here for Toot, I get it. I understand. Are you feeling those gains? I am feeling the gains. They definitely are paying off. As funny as that sounds. I mean, between that and like actually working a physical, like manual labor job, but I honestly think it does help. All right, what do we have? We got Mountain. What else would be in this deck? I don't remember. Oh, Valley, duh. Enchanted Grove, duh. Graveyard. Graveyard's the only one that's kind of like a little bit of a whatever. Enchanted Grove. Valley. Graveyard. Of course, for structures, we have right. Farm. The only one that doesn't really see magical, you know what I mean? Mage's Tower. Of course, 30 copies of Mage's Tower. Just kidding. Library. And Mage's Academy. Or Magic Academy, rather. I should lock this row. How do you do that? Freeze row 1. There we go. There's an idea. A volcano land. Well, tuna. Who would have thought? Who would have thought about a volcano land, you know? It's not a player volcano land, to be fair, but it does exist. There's no wasteland, you scoundrel. Yahar. Why did I say Yahar? I don't know. Don't ask me questions you don't want the answer to. Okay. Magic Missile, Banish from Existence, Raise an Army, Divination. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. It was... The Har was extremely fitting. Don't knock yourself. You're right. Sometimes you just gotta own it, you know? You just gotta own your actions, even if they seem silly. Or like when you say something wrong, you're just like, nah, I meant that. Raise an army. But imagine a player land that had a risk and reward factor. You can see it. Chance that the land just explodes. Okay. That's 5. 2 more. Actually, let's do this. What do we got? We got destruction. Meow, 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 meow. kitten. Ugh, kitten break. Hi. What you doing? How's your catio? Is it nice out there? Was there lots of birds today? Was there about 12 trillion birds outside? You want to do a Q&A with Luna? You want to ask her questions? Like, it can produce additional units every turn and erupts when it gets to a certain number. Interesting. What's your favorite treat? What is your favorite treat, Luna? Well, she eats a lot of greenies, but she does like any meat, basically. Luna, how do I be more like you? Han, here, let me give you her answer, Han. She's nuzzing the microphone. You little purr machine. I hope you can hear the kitty ASMR. Very insightful indeed. Indeed. How do you get to be so fluffy? That's probably step one, is become more fluffy. I request one head kiss on Luna. Okay. There you go. I couldn't stop. Yeah. Okay, bye. Yes, she's a good kitty. The fluffy one. The one with the fluff. What the fluff? Look at her. Look at that floof. Oh, she's coming for you. Oh, God. Oh, that's all you get. Anyway, moving on. That was our entertainment for today. God of Destruction. Where'd you go? Whatever. Ask her this later. Luna, be honest. Does Natalby ever call you Tuna by mistake? I don't think I have. My brother's cat, his name is Tuna. It's the same color as the thing. Okay, we need to make this like maybe this color. Totally not me. Yeah, I figured. Color tune sometimes. It's cute. All right, God of Destruction. Oops. Ooh. Isn't that satisfying? Let's just do that again for a second. You ready? Ready for this? Let's get nice and zoomed in. There you go. Iron Sentinel, Blood Moon Assassin, Necromancer, Whale Hunter. Necromancer. The sound effects would be good for ASMR. I agree. Yeah. Necromancer. Iron Sentinel. What was the other ones? I know Whale Hunter. Oh, an Assassin, right? Blood Moon Assassin. Whale Hunter actually makes this deck really interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. There might be some weird interactions here that we're going to have to figure out, because technically if it pulls a card to your side, is it your card? It also doesn't say what area it pulls the card to. We do need to actually, we already need to fix Whale Hunter, just now that I'm saying that out loud, but it'll be okay. Whale Hunter I was expecting to be broken, and they most certainly will be. It's another one of those like whatever cards, the cards that like Charm, where it's just gonna, the wording is gonna just be a nightmare, but it's okay. Waste Haven, Necromancer, Witch's Hut, Butcher. Those all make sense. Okay. Music echoing for anyone else? It is. You're right. Sorry about that. I didn't actually realize it was. I had desktop audio on still from I had stuff on from my desktop audio from Dispatch. Mobby, thank you for letting me know. Waste Haven. What's next? I got Necro Altar. I need Butcher. The effect is already long, so needing clarification. Clarifying it further is ... Yeah, it might mean we need to rework it, but the pulled card doesn't need to be considered as a player card, though. It does, though, because it moves it to your side. Well, it needs to be, it needs the clarification whether it is or isn't. That's the problem. No worries. Always here to point out your mistakes. Thanks, Tebow. Appreciate it. Witch's Hut. Okay, Swamp is an obvious land. I don't remember what the other ones are, though. Swamp, Quarry, that makes sense. Oh, Frozen Woodland, right, and Graveyard. Okay, they all make sense. I lied. Frozen Woodland, Quarry, Graveyard. Yeah, it could be difficult, Tuna. I already was pretty sure it would be one, right? It would be one that could be a problem. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so it means it still has a negative death effect. So if it was considered a player card, the Whale Hunter didn't negate the negative death effect upon death, it would apply to the Old Gods card. Yeah, it's a little. It could potentially be confusing, though, I guess is what I'm getting at. It's maybe it's fine. I don't know. Maybe saying pulling it to your side of the board is the wrong thing. Like maybe we just have a keyword and say it captures this card. Like and puts it in place of itself or something, right? I don't know. We might just have to play around with wording. I have a feeling it will be a slight wording nightmare, but I kind of knew that going into it, so we'll see. Catalyst, Demolish, Scorched Earth, Entangle. Catalyst, not to be confused with a Doggalist. Scorched Earth. See, this is when being able to type would be good, because I would just like typed and then been done, you know? But I wouldn't spell it right, so it's like, you know? So I was like, yeah. Did I lose a bunch of spells? No, I couldn't have. Scorcher. Okay, never mind. I'm dumb. I'm just silly is all. Entangle was the last one. Entangle. Mod announcements. I have changed my name. Bardley. You are now Bardley. Capture as a new mechanic could be interesting, because what if Old God cards could do that? Could be interesting. Indeed. Hello, Tuna. Indeed. Tuna a piano. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to add like a new mechanic. It could be a new key phrase, though. I mean, it's fine to have those. I just don't want a whole like list. I try not to explain a lot of those, you know. An actual spider monster that can cocoon your heroes. Indeed. I have to beat them to recapture the heroes. That'd be cool, actually. Yeah, like that. That's fun. But usually I like the cards to explain what they do and not like end up like Magic, where you have to go to the dictionary to like figure out what a mechanic does if the description is too long, you know what I mean? Who's the last one here? Altruism, right? Yeah. Sure. Hello, Bard. Says Tuna. What's up, Grot? Blam. Surprise, Grot. Bye. Gotta go. Okay, bye. Au revoir. Avita Zane. How was Dispatch? Dispatch was good. We got through three more sections. It's a good game. It is a good game. It's fun. It's been nice. I've been enjoying it. I was tempted to play it again this weekend. I just don't know what my schedule looks like. I'll probably have to talk to my dad, and then after I do that, I should be able to know what I'm doing this weekend. He came, he jump scared, he left. Flambe hates you now. That's okay. He hated me to begin with. He just didn't know who I was, you know? But yeah, we just finished chapter 5, so. Flambe hated us all along, you know? He'll be fine. He will be fine. He'll get over it. I'm losing my mind. Okay, we need... what, assassin? Is musketeer on this list? I think musketeer is on this list. Yes, musketeer, assassin, king, assassin, indomitable king, the indomitable snowman, crackshot musketeer, and beast tamer. There's just so many cards now. It's kind of like a lot to keep track of. Okay. Both churches, airship, village. By the way, Phenomenon Man is a board game enjoyer. Ah, there you go. Good old Phenomenon Man. What a guy, you know? Airship. Both churches. Can I do that? Yeah. And then, what was the last one? I don't remember. I'm getting distracted too easily. Village. Okay. We have what? Cave, sky, tundra, quicksand? Cave, sky, tundra, quicksand. Tundra. Sky. Quicksand. Cave. Fun fact. Is that it? Just fun fact, or is there one to follow? Just kidding. That'd be funny if you're just like fun fact, and then that was just like the only part of the statement. That was it. That was the end of the statement. Nope. What? Why are you yelling at me? Wait. Should this be? I don't know, whatever. I was like, should be 2x or x2? It's 2x, right? I don't know, whatever. Either way works. Both are mathematically correct. All right, last thing. Dispel was one of them, right? Dispel, divination, visions of death, raise an army. A lot of them are dispel. Well, I guess they're 50-50. Dispel, visions of death. Raise an army. What was the last one? Divination. 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 He really did just say fun fact and nothing else. He's probably writing an entire book. Anyway, there we go. That's all of them. Guess we can just go like that. There we go. I guess we'll call this deck list 1 point. Well, nah, we're gonna leave it. I was gonna say we could call it 1.1.7 and then make a new one for each one, but ain't nobody got time for that. There it is. You know what? For all y'all, we're gonna go like this. For now. I'll probably do something better later. But for now, let's go into here. Let's go into literally just said fun fact, and that was it. There's no fun fact to be followed. There you go. There's the deck list for you all. Also, fun spell could be triggering a negative death effect, but on the Old Gods card. I had thought about that. It breaks the game in so many ways. So, fun fact, another one. Hey, that's my chair. That's my chair. Hey, 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 hey! That's my chair. Cats, man. I swear. Okay, that's done. Oi! That's my chair. Look at this little butt. A literal butt. Look at my cat's butt. Hey, you. What are you doing, you fluffy ears? Can't see how fluffy her ears are. They're just like so poofy. Anyway, deck list done. What's next? Table setup or rule book? What's our vote? What other uninteresting thing would y'all like to do? Table setup is probably the most interesting on that list, but since when was Beast British? Oh, you got a license for that? I can't do it. That was terrible. Please ignore me. Okay, table setup. We'll save the worst for last, you know? Okay, these are the decks. The question is, are these? Okay, yeah. All right, we got to get rid of this. We don't need these anymore. Well, I guess we could have beta cards, but on there, I don't think we have the entire thing laid out. Like, this would be nice for deck building if we just had like a deck building space, but I don't really want a separate mod for it. I could see all the cards being put together, right? So like we could have a pile for each one, like heroes, lands, structures, and spells. So if people want to do deck building, like we have a little section for deck building, and then maybe a section for decks. Okay, the hands are there. I mean, potentially we could just set it up like kind of how we had it, where the gods are kind of just stacked on top of each other, and then we just have two sets like this. And then we could just have it so like people choose one. Yeah, I've separated cards into types for... Sorry, my phone's like vibrating a bunch. It's just a bunch of people going live. I need to turn off some notifications for people I don't actually watch, as much as it makes me feel bad. I've separated cards into types, etc. for decks building in the future. Not sure how I'd set it up for people to use though. Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering. I think for the decks themselves, just putting these here makes sense, right? Like you can choose what deck when you start. Do a separate thing for people to build in and play. I think ideally in the end, yes, I think that would be the goal. But or it has to be a separate game, if that makes sense. Yeah, I was thinking that. I think that probably be something I do later though, right? I don't think that would be something I do now. Like I can do that when I finally finish like the old god stuff, I think. I don't think I would necessarily do that now, but maybe it makes sense. I think the way to do it, I think this looks fine, right? Just put the decks here, because that's kind of how we had it before. You pick your god, they're all stacked on top of each other, and you just like pick one of the cards. And then it would be nice to have like a thing and be like, choose one, you know? I could write that on there, but I don't know. I think setting up the table look really nice eventually would probably be ideal. Maybe even with some scripting where it's like for the first few minutes, a thing shows up here saying choose a god, and then people pick it. I mean, we could just easily just have a thing that just like here and it says like deck building, you know? And then we just put like each card type. Yeah, just got decks saved as objects to pull out. Would it be cool to have a good deck building system? Yeah. You can also put it at the start of the rule book. I could, yeah. It'd be in the setup phase, basically, here. There's space, you know? Choose a deck. Yeah, I guess this needs to be rewritten. So we do, let's make a note there. This actually kind of helps a bit. God set up page. So that probably makes sense. So we'll say pick a deck rather than saying, I'm just worried if we make the scope too big, it's going to take longer to get this out, which feels bad, but it's okay. Especially because I still need to work on the video, and I'd really like to get that out probably by the weekend at the latest. But okay. So that might be something we need to do. Okay, we'll leave these here. You got like a little tagline for each deck to give an idea of its playstyle or something. No, but I should. I don't know where I'd put that right now. I guess it would be in the rule book, but I'm trying to figure out, would that be in the rule book? I feel like in the rule book doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless it depends on how like the, you know, monetization of this game would be, you know? Maybe that's a better thing for the patch notes. Not really. Because in theory, like, if you sold them as separate decks, could be on the box, etc. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Because the problem is, like, in the rule book, it doesn't really make sense, but in some sort of area, it would for sure. Just thought it'd be helpful for people choosing. I agree. I'm just trying to think where you'd put that, right? I mean, in theory, I could do that as like a tooltip on the card. Like I could put a description in there, right? Or description on the deck. I think you can do that. Yeah, I could be like, I could do that. I think that's a little too much right now, especially the game's not like, I don't think it's necessary currently. I think it would be good in the long run though. I think you're definitely right on that. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't realize you could manipulate that like that. I just want to move it sideways. That's so much to ask. No. No. It's this tool probably, right? Nope, that's stretching it again. It's probably this tool. There we go. So I'm deck building. So like placement, attacking, effect, activation, unit generation, card draw, preservation, sacrifice, something like that. Yeah, I think we could probably do like more of a description, right? Like sort of talk about like the play style more. Like, I mean, yeah, that's basically what their play styles are. But yeah, I give like more of a description, I think. Like, and maybe more like feeling rather than being like, oh, this card's about card draw. It's like this card, well, this one's like more about like spell slinging, you know? It's like, you know, that's how I would like describe it, right? But yeah, keyword kind of things could be cool too. Like this deck, like I'd say rather say like attacking, be like this deck is very aggressive, everything like is focused on attacking, blah blah. But yeah, I mean more or less what you said, right? Should I even include the full deck in the thing? Like I don't think we're gonna play with the full deck anymore right now. I think rather than just including the full deck, well, maybe we just do this. No, I changed my mind. There really doesn't need to be an order in which these are stacked, but this feels right to me, so here we are. Because I could just grab them, shuffle them, but this is technically the correct order, so we're going for it. Well, sacrifice might be a bad tag for destruction because there's a goddess of sacrifice. Yeah, it'd be more like, you know, it's like a like the way I describe it, it's like a masochism build from like other, you know, sort of similar games, right? It's like all about destroying your own cards and all that kind of stuff. But but I feel like saying masochism is maybe not the right like tone for whatever. Should I have these flipped over? I don't know. Maybe this is actually not full deck. It should just be all cards. It can just be the vibe. Yeah, I think yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. And I 100% agree with you. I'm trying to decide whether that's something I want to do now. It probably, like, the most important thing right now, I think, is probably just getting this done. You know what I mean? Just getting it out. I think it's more important than making it super clear, but maybe not. I don't know. Goddess Sacrifice is more about balancing unit gen and card placement than actually sacrificing. Yeah, true. Well, maybe it's important to give a description just because, you know, the idea is to get new players to play, and then if they need some sort of, you know, idea of what's going on, it would be nice to have that kind of thing. But maybe that's just something I write up in like the server, you know, or like on my website, or both, honestly. Just be like have a tab on my website like the gods explained, you know. And then like have the deck list on my website. I think that's probably the way to do it. Just make my website even better for a hub of all that kind of information. It could be something I include in here too, but I think that's something I don't need to like wait to put the update out for, I guess is what I'm getting at. I think we just need like the minimum possible thing we can do here. Like we just need to do only what we need. Maybe these should be flipped up. I don't like that better. Do I do it on both sides, or do I just have it on one side? What are y'all's thoughts? This might be up here, actually. This will not be in the main version, but one side, okay. Also, should I make these bigger? Someone did that before. I guess it doesn't really matter, but well, and nah, let's not make those bigger. Let's just make them the same size, because I think that actually just gets more annoying. Because then you have to hit the you have to like change the size of the thing. Because like if I have this big and then this is bigger, then it gets kind of weird. I should probably separate these though, so you can know that there's two of them. Are we hitting ads? Yeah. Did I spell it right? Y'all let me know. Structures, yep, cool. I probably don't need these on this side then. Fun fact. Yay. Fun. Oh, I didn't put one for gods. Which seems slightly unnecessary, but we'll do it anyway. Well, I ended up doing this in reverse order. Well, yeah, whatever. Screw it. I don't care. Dang it, now I kind of want to move all these up. Can I do that for, can I batch select stuff to move up? I have the feeling I can, but maybe I can. Maybe there's a chance. Okay, I can at least do it to all these at once, which is arguably not the hard part. Are we in ads? Is it ad time yet? It is. Okay. All right, y'all. Quick ad break. I call my dad during the ad break. Maybe. I just don't want to get stuck on the phone. I don't know. I'll be right back. Might be a few extra minutes if I do. So BRB.
I was playing Dungeons and Dragons the other day, and by the other day, I mean like a year and a half ago, and my player slot for each body part, head, shoulders, knees, toes, etc., except not really that at all, and more like head, body, right and left arm, right and left hand, legs, and feet. I felt like this was a good idea, but after a while, I felt like it was sort of limiting. How many cool arm items would there be compared to like actual weapons or items you'd hold in your hand? Or say you have a character who has a shirt that you like, but you also want a jacket over it. I'm only kind of kidding with that example. Anyway, so instead I just tried a different format, going with head, body, legs, right and left hand, and 3 utility slots that could take any sort of item. I was hoping this would give a player a little bit more freedom and flexibility with builds without forcing them to only do one type of item per slot. So, not sure which way to go, but I'll figure it out soon. There's also a different problem other than me not being able to make up my mind, is that I've been planning on doing customizable items. These would be made up of cards and therefore need multiple slots. This is going to be similar to a lot of war games you see these days, where you can equip different add-ons to your weapons or your other equipment. So either of these systems would look something like this. This is cool and all, but I fear it's kind of a lot. Like, likely this many cards will interrupt the flow of the game, but I still might try it anyway. And if it fails, maybe I'll scrap the idea, or maybe make it simpler by using tokens instead of cards or something. Either way, this is the current prototype, so let's talk about how it relates to health. Which also brings me to another way I'm planning on making damage more impactful, having 2 types of health, physical and mental health. Physical health will be linked directly to each item slot, like we've talked about. Then when a character is attacked and one of these item slots reaches 0 health, then they will no longer function, just like my Mech Warrior example. Now, I'm not sure how someone will choose to target these slots. One of the ideas is having a D8 and have the damage dealt to whichever slot that the dice rolls, then having more specific abilities that allow you to target exact slots. There could even be a mechanic for expending more concentration, the player's energy source, to target a specific slot. As a side note, another potential for this slot-based inventory system is to have status effects applied directly over item cards. This could allow for cool different effects. For instance, having different statuses like broken, dislocated, bleeding, etc. Now, mental health, on the other hand, is a separate health pool that gets damaged whenever your physical health goes down, or when you are psychically damaged in some other way. If your mental health reaches 0, you go unconscious. Like I said, this is linked to your physical health. So let's say your hand takes 3 damage, then your mental health will also take 3 damage. This health pool will be much larger and likely be able to take multiple equipment slots being brought to 0 in order for your mental health to be brought to 0 as well. There's also a potential for hitting already destroyed physical slots, dealing additional damage to mental health. Unsure of that one though, still toying around with it. I'm also not really sure how I feel about the symbol I chose for mental health currently. I'm choosing the psychology logo or symbol that people use.
I'm back.
Because I already have used
these ads are so scary. What ads? My ads?
So
Well, you shouldn't have ads, should you? That's not what I meant to do. Should we do like one for discard? Just like a discard pile. Reminder to remind you loved ones you love them. Indeed. With sit-ups, true. I got him. Sure did. You got me. Ugh. Ugh. Was that you trying to remember Toot more as our loved one? I'm tooting so hard this stream. He'd be proud. I think he would be. I think it's good to have a little discard pile on, probably. Like a little tag. Thing there for it, probably. Usually I put it here. Well, we may as well improve things while we're at it, you know. Discard. And then maybe do a like that. Every sit-up or push we do say I love you being sent right to Toots' soul. There you go. Is there a way to copy this? Probably not. It's kind of annoying. Is this too much text? What do you think, Tuna? Like have all these things labeled? Or is it more beginner friendly? You're asking a yapper about too much text. I'm just wondering if it looks cluttered or if we think it's like, if it's nice, you know? People remove if they don't like it, true. My only one I'm wondering about is something like this. Like choose one. Something like that, you know? Did I spell choose right? It is two O's, right? Yeah, otherwise it's choose, yeah. Duh. Okay. This is approachable. Yeah. Maybe below the cards. Do we like that? I still want this to feel like the like the live laugh love stuff where it's like a pillow and it says pillow on it, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? No. Now it's just deleted every text. Blam, surprise crowd. I say don't put that because people have to remove it themselves, and that's not beginner friendly. What, the rule one? Or the choose one? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was almost wondering if I could script it so it just deletes itself. Barn nabbit, dang nabbit. Bye, Grot. Yeah, I was gonna say this is wrong. I should have this above because for consistency's sake. Should we see if we can vibe code real quick? Do you believe in me, Tuna? Do you believe in my ability to vibe code? Why can't I delete this? It's literally because the text is on top of it. Oh, it's absolutely annoying. Okay, first thing we need to do is save this because we don't want to lose it. Save game, armies against entropy 1.1.7, save. Saving is important. People also know to choose one after reading the rules. True, but I kind of want it so like if people just jump in, they don't have to whatever. I might do this too, honestly. Although, really, arguably, I kind of want them to just be playing against Null. You know what? Move it more out of the way. And then we can do... Maybe I should make this a different font color. Discard. Like make it like a gray. Maybe do that. Oop. Maybe do that over here too. Okay. Thoughts. I want to try something just for giggles. I really shouldn't, but we're gonna give it one shot. Gray might blend in too much. I think it's okay. Like, you don't, it doesn't, if you don't notice it, it's not that big of a deal. You know, I'm not too worried about it. You'll be able to see it. Can you make me a script for a zone in table? I have a feeling this might break everything, but no, this isn't gonna work right. I mean, it will work, but it's not, I don't think it's gonna work the same way I want it to, and it's not worth doing. You're right, just put it in the rule book. Okay, let's save one more time. And then this can actually just be pushed to the beta right away. So we can update that. We do have to hide the screen for half a second while I update the mod, because otherwise anyone who could watch could get the mod code for free. Okay, now we're good. I actually have to exit the game in order to get rid of this freaking text. No, yes. Come on, Tabletop Simulator. Clean as Florp. Okay, back to full screen. Actually, we don't need this open right now. We need to so in theory this should work. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Next, we need to God, I don't even know if we're gonna get this all done today. Sad. Okay. Setup table's done though. We do need to do it like we'll need to, the biggest thing we need to do is just change the sky background and delete the beta cards for this to be set up for the players or for other people. Yo, it's done. It's really not done though, because we have the rulebook stuff now. It's out for the beta, but it's not out for most normal people. It's so much work. Okay. Let's do the rulebook. I just want it to be done, you know? So we need to do a bit on the setup page, and we need to do a bit on I have this note here where it's rules need to state a player conflicts and attack and stating the objective at the beginning. I didn't say my brain's not working. Rules need to state that the player gets to decide when there's a conflict and what is attacked. We need to talk about that, and we need to state the objective at the beginning. Lurk. Okay. Bye, Nova. Have a good lurk. Thank you for hanging out. We appreciate your presence, lurking or otherwise. Okay, we need to do one for Blam, surprise cry. Ah, the whore. Schmorp. True. So we need to do one thing here, and then one thing. Rules need to state when the player gets to decide if they're a conflict and what is attacked. I'm assuming that would mean, what did past me mean by that? I think it's like when defending. I just don't know what page that's on. Oh, okay, I guess we're gonna open this page. What's up, Grot? We're doing swell. We're just getting the nitty-gritty stuff done. And then that's allocation. Then we're pushing the update to whatever. Are you gonna leave us again? No. This is legally binding, by the way. True. Got out of school, so it's time. So this time I can stay. Nice. Well, hopefully you appreciate this mediocre content then. After a player phase and the attack phase, attacking. Okay, this isn't it. I guess defending, which is probably under the old god attack phase. During the old god attack phase, cards. I guess we can switch to the art one for this. Compared to school, nothing is mediocre fair. Beats, Grot legally can't leave. Let's play bingo. We're gonna play bingo on Thursday. but it'll be fun bingo. Not us, but me and Hell are playing bingo. Once the old god attack phase considers. God, I need to refamiliarize myself with the rulebook, which is not ideal. I don't know about legally. It's legally binding. Gasp. All bingo is fun bingo. Indeed. Yes, legally. It's so yeah, what we're doing on Thursday is me and Hell are doing basically it's like achievement bingo. So essentially you're there's a bingo board of like random achievements, like get 100 coins or like die to fall damage, and then we have a bingo board of those, and we can use any game to achieve that achievement, and then we see who can get bingo. Should be fun. Do you even have games? I do. Here's my Steam library. Granted, a lot of them aren't installed. It's probably the biggest problem. Might just install some games for this. Not for long, I'm gonna steal them all. Do it. You won't. We'll see how it goes. I'm kind of I don't know. We'll see. You gotta like clarify a few of the rules with him, but how much are you doing Roblox for a free square? So the you can only do one achievement per game. Do anything in Roblox. Yeah. You can only do one achievement per game. And our middle square is going to be a 1v1 of Battleship. Minecraft creative, exactly. Yeah. Okay, it's not this one. I guess it would have to be. Let me just pull up the full rulebook. Give me a second. Anyone have any cool vacations planned? At first I read vaccinations. I was like, huh? No vacations. Well, it's not really a vacation. I may be going to my dad's again, but we'll see. Mostly to help him move, so it wouldn't really be relaxing, but COVID one mostly. There you go. If a square is like get a kiss, you literally type get a kiss in Roblox and do it. True. Yeah, but you're only allowed to do one per square, or one game per bingo board. So it's like you can't reuse the board. I didn't have a vaccination. These are cards. Okay, it's gotta be. Okay, we gotta do it during the. It's gotta be here is where the note has to be, which is kind of annoying because there might be some whatever. Once the Old God draw phase concludes, it moves to the attack phase. Any card with an attack order, typically monster minions, is eligible for attack. These cards will attack in order in which they are played, proceeding left to right and across the play area. When attacking, the Old God inflicts damage on the player equal to their strength. Importantly, the Old God cards do not receive damage. Make attack. If a player cards have no... Okay, it would have to be there. Oof, that's kind of like a big oversight to not have in there. It's in the video, but it's not in here, which is kind of... It's either going to be on this page or this page that I had to put it. Oh, but does anyone have any cool holidays planned? Not really. It's my birthday tomorrow. It's not really a holiday, but it is my birthday. I don't think I have any plan for it, but... Just being home most likely I'll be do is go hiking. Nice. Happy early birthday. Thank you. I have to go to France at some point, but life's been busy and didn't really get an opportunity to think about it much. That's fair. Fair enough. Francais, oui. Oh my God, Beats. Crazy you didn't tell us. I just did. It's tomorrow. Okay, so we need to fit it in here. I just don't know where it will fit in the most. We probably have the most room here. We might be able to make room here. I really thought I had this in here, but I wonder if I just removed it at some point. For reference, if you're unsure what I'm talking about, I used to have a thing that stated that if you don't have if two cards have the same number of units, the player may choose which one. But I do not have that anymore, which is kind of a big rule. It's like one of the biggest rules in the game. I mean, it's kind of in here. If multiple... it's sort of there, but not really. You have the same birthday as the actress who played Calvin's mom in Home Alone 1-2. Wow. Crazy. Yeah. Also, Nico, I don't know who that is. I haven't watched Home Alone. It's classic, I guess. It's about a kid that's home by himself, and people try to like break into his home, and then he puts up traps. That's basically the story. Womp womp. It's probably a bad thing to say if someone died, but it just has no, like, they have no, like, anything on my life. You know what I mean? I don't know who they are, you know? Why did Twitch censor like that? I don't know. Is my name that offensive? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Let me focus. I think I put it on this page. I don't know. Okay, these are the 3 pages we need to fix. We need to do setup. We need to do deck building. Deck building in Armies Against Entropy is an experimental feature. Okay, players can customize decks while maintaining balance doing the following. This is no longer the case. We just need to take the notes we have here. All decks must be made up of 25 cards, 1 god, 8 heroes, 8 lands, 4 structures, 4 spells. You may include no more than 2 copies of any hero or land and 1 copy of structure or spell. I think I just put that as the old god deck still needs to be updated. I recommend shuffling the deck, splitting in half. I think I include this just because I think it's worth having in there for now. God, I don't have the right Han. Wait. I just want to does really not have like the bold button. Oh, it's the type of font. We just need medium. What is it? It's definitely not medium. It's semi-bold. Just kind of annoying. I don't know what these colors are, so I'm just trying to copy them the best I can here. There we go. That's really not readable, but it's okay. I know you guys are saying things, but I'm doing things, you know? Twitch censored a message Tuna sent that said Grott's crazy. Oh. Yeah, why would you get upset? But that's crazy. She died a month ago. And I've never searched her up, searched before that. That's fair. Yeah, that is kind of a weird coincidence, huh? Okay, this is unchanged. Oh wait, no, it's 4. What am I talking about? Okay. Okay, deck building armies against entropy, experimental feature based on no. Based on proportional card distribution. I don't know if I need that part. Based on proportional card distribution. Do I need to even say that? Probably not. It seems extra. Players can customize their decks while maintaining balance by doing the following. Okay, this page is done. My answer is kind of cheating because the Back to the Future. Oh, what? Yeah, what's everyone's favorite movie? My answer is kind of cheating because it's Back to the Future trilogy. Love those movies so much. I honestly need to rewatch them. It's been forever. For me, I usually say How to Train Your Dragon. But I don't know, it's kind of hard to pick a favorite movie. Matrix or Lord of the Rings, also good. The first time I watched them was the same date that they traveled into the second movie. Interesting. Crazy coincidence. It really is. Not to be honest, nothing comes to mind off the top of my head. Yeah, I feel like I'm more of a show guy than a movie guy. That makes sense. How do I format this? I just did it. Yeah, okay. Shows I can definitely say, but I don't watch many movies. Dragons is a good one, but it's a big series. It had spin-off series, sequels, games, etc. Yeah. Game of Thrones, maybe. There you go. Make it done. Knights of the Seven Kingdoms is good. I don't even... Is that the new thing? I honestly haven't kept up with it. Okay, deck building is done. We got that page done. All right, we need to write stuff here. How do we say what we need to say here? To start the game, each player chooses a god to represent their chosen deity. Player also selects an old god to face as their opponent. I mean, this could just be as simple as just writing, to start the game, each player chooses a god Card to represent a chosen deity, a god and their deck, right? Never watched The Matrix, really should. Greatest sci-fi movie ever made. It's pretty good, yeah. I mean, there's the verdict's out for a lot of people for like the sequels and all that stuff, but the first one I definitely remember well as being good. Need to rewatch them. Do you guys like travel? I'm allergic to it. Same. A lot simpler, less characters, more heartfelt. Okay. For one, I don't really like travel, but I definitely should travel more. Yeah, I don't like dislike travel. I think it's just whenever I travel, it's something else someone else wants to do, and I don't go like, yeah, I'd like to do that. I think there's just like an expectation that vacations are supposed to be relaxing, but going to travel to on a vacation is not relaxing. And I think that's the problem I have. You know what I mean? But if you go traveling and you're like, I'm just have the expectation to do other things, then maybe it's better. You know what I mean? All right, this is the sentence we have to rework. Or maybe just add to. You start the game, each player chooses a god to represent their army's chosen deity. This god comes with a pre-built deck of cards. Is it like, do I need to add anything, or should I like, is there anything else that I need to add to this? Like, this is just like, this guy comes with a pre-built deck of cards. I feel like it could make it sound better, but I feel like I'm going to get left behind in the chat here. Mostly because I'm just trying to focus. I might just let y'all yap. Been over to 20 countries. Who's that? Anonymous, damn. Anonymous, a world traveler. Fan base is review, bomb each other. Interesting. I don't like to travel. It's just hard for me to be in travel. I like. Oh, it's not that I don't like it. Let's go travel. I'm like, it's nice, but comfy here, so I don't want to leave comfort zone. But then actually travel and I like it. Yeah. I feel like I just like relaxing more going somewhere, you know, like sometimes like relaxing somewhere. I'm like, I feel like it would be cool to go like to like a hot spring or something like that, or like a fancy, you know, hotel kind of thing. and actually relax on a vacation. I don't necessarily need to go somewhere into like a tourist trap and look at like 20 gift shops and not buy anything and be stressed because we have to be somewhere by, you know, a specific time and that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's not fun traveling to me. I like traveling, but I don't like going places. Yeah, kind of my sentiment. It's really different people, culture, etc. Yeah, that's true. I think you just have to go in mind with that, but like saying going on a vacation and going traveling, I think are two separate things. Person being in England, I could probably get to France quicker than you can get to the next state. Probably true. Well, I'm pretty close to Georgia. Not to just dox myself, but whatever. I've never said specifically what state I'm in, but now you know. Here we are. Although y'all are Europeans, so it doesn't really matter. I think this is good. The message history made the deaths uplifting, I guess. Message of the story made the death. Oh. I don't know. I mean, you travel, just kind of explore, not necessary to go tourist guide or something. Yeah. Sorry, I'm catching like every other message y'all are saying just because I'm trying to get this done. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to read and write at the same time. That's actually probably better. Georgia, the country or the state, yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't say where I was. I just said where I was close to, which is, you know, you can easily whatever. But I was in Georgia for a while on my last job. Yeah, I feel like saying your state isn't horrible, but I just try not to make like all my stuff super, you know, I try not to put it out there like as much as I can. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of people who are streamers who say what state they live in. I mean, it's again, it's the same. It's the same as saying what like country in Europe you are, right? Like, it's about the same. Fun fact, I just moved to Georgia. The country. It's good to be careful. I agree. Because like people can find my full name very easily if you want to. But I'm not going to necessarily disclose that all the time, you know? Damn, it's a lot of places. World traveler here. All right, I mean, I think that's it for this page. Now, the most difficult one is this one here. How are we doing on ads? 5 minutes. Yeah, someone actually really wants to find you. They could, but why advertise it exactly? I don't think they could find my actual address. At least, well, I mean, I don't know. It's pretty easy to freaking do that with just like government resources. It's like you search someone's name and it's like, oh yeah, their address is here. It's like, okay, cool. Thanks, guys. You know what? I'm just gonna build what I need. Well, let's write it out, because basically, we need a statement. Okay, well, first of all, we did God setup page. Okay, we did that. We did this. We didn't state the objective at the beginning, but I think that's okay. Let me actually just take a look real quick. We could have something like that in here, right? We could take have an objective before here. That would probably be a good idea. You know what I should do? I should just, rather than having to rewrite everything, why don't we just use the work we've already have, right? Not in progress, it'd be finished, and we just need the rule book script. Why did I color everything blue? I think it was because it was easier to read. Apparently blue text is easier to read as a dyslexic person, but GF lived in Siberia. She had a house in where she never went. Sorry, I'm reading, but I'm not You're the fifth non-Balkan person I've met that had a Siberian GF. Did they meet in China too? That's funny. All right, technically, in theory, we can just steal this text and put it in somewhere. So let's do that real quick. We already have page 1 open. Why is this? Oh, okay. Maybe we just shrink the title a little bit. I do like it being big, but I think it's okay if it's not the whole thing here, especially because I think explaining the game is slightly more important. Actually, yes, actually, funny. Do you guys think it makes sense to have like a blurb here? Like, I feel like it makes sense to have like it doesn't look nice, but I don't know, maybe this should just be part of the same thing. Because right here's like our lore description, right? Armies Against Entropy is a cooperative game, cooperative card game where you play lands, build structures, and lead Army. We're in an ad. All right, I'll be back in a second. We'll talk about it.
I was playing Dungeons and Dragons the other day, and by the other day, I mean
We're farther in this video.
My players were in combat.
It's basically over. Let's go to the next one.
It's what makes card games so interesting to play. The simple act of shuffling and drawing cards creates unpredictable outcomes, providing a unique and exciting experience every time. But what happens when this randomness becomes a detriment to the game? And how do you deal with that? Being able to address this issue can often mean the difference between a good card game and a bad one. Even the most popular games aren't immune to these pitfalls. Take Magic the Gathering, for example, one of the most popular trading card games of all time. It's not uncommon to find yourself drawing nothing but lands, or conversely, having no lands at all, leaving you with a unplayable hand. On the flip side, randomness can swing in the opposite direction too, drawing an incredible hand, leading you to completely dominate your opponents. While it's certainly fun for the player with the winning hand, it can be less enjoyable for everyone else at the table. So let me tell you how I counteracted it while working on my own game, and the battle I fought against inconsistency. In my game, players compete against the Old God, a collection of cards that present various challenges. Unfortunately, the balance of this deck was wildly unpredictable, often either leading to completely overwhelming the players, or failing to be a challenge at all, making the game unenjoyable either way. But I'm getting ahead of myself. For those of you who aren't familiar with my game, which, let's be honest, is probably most of you, you might be wondering what the heck an Old God is and what the game is actually as a whole. Or maybe you don't care. I don't know your life. I'm gonna talk about it anyway. So, in brief summary, here's how the game works. Armies Against Entropy is a cooperative resource management trading card game. Players place cards like heroes, structures, and lands to create synergies for themselves and also their allies. They then move units generated by their cards to enhance the power of the cards that they deem most necessary, all while battling the Old God, a deck of automated cards designed to dismantle the player's forces and serve as the main threat of the game. Now that you kind of have an understanding of the game, let's dive into how randomness became a problem. As I said before, the Old God deck was designed to present various challenges. This deck featured a large number of weaker cards and a few stronger ones. In theory, this meant the players would face a constant onslaught of minor threats, while occasionally encountering some much more intimidating ones. Let's talk a little more specifically though. Typically, the Old God would draw around 3 cards per turn with a total deck of 86 cards, 10 endlings in the deck as the weakest card. This design meant you were much less likely to draw something threatening like 3 Ravengers. The idea is that the Old God would have a nice assortment of cards due to its distribution. At least that's what I thought. However, there were many instances where this wasn't the case, and the Old God either felt pitiful or, conversely, an unstoppable onslaught of destruction. Speaking of unstoppable onslaughts of destruction, you should subscribe. I don't know how those two things correlate, but So what was the solution? Well, this came to me while I was trying to fix an entirely different problem, and that problem was the Abyssal Horde card. This card was a hell of my own making, and the bane of my existence for so many different reasons. But the main one that we'll be focusing on today was trying to solve an issue where it would gain and power every attack. Units were how the player gained power, but we didn't really want a similar mechanic for the Old God because we didn't really want to figure out how these units would be allocated each turn. The Abyssal Horde was somewhat of an exception to this rule, as it stole units from player cards. While this is a cool idea, it kind of fundamentally broke the game. Instead, we wanted to find another way for this card to gain in power using a different mechanic, while still sort of keeping the same identity. We had considered making the Abyssal Horde card duplicate itself with every attack, which could work well. However, that mechanic felt a little more suited to a digital version of the game rather than a physical one. And while I do have aspirations to make a digital version of this game down the line, I really want to make this game more functional for both formats. So the solution was a drastic one. Remember the Endling I mentioned earlier, the weakest card in the deck? Well, we removed it from the main deck completely and put it in its own entirely new deck called the Minion deck. Are you kidding me? Did you ever consider how the Endling would feel about this? Being displaced from its home? What? No, it's a good thing. It helps. Wait, did you gain sentience? Yeah. What of it, Nathaniel? What? No, it's nothing. It's just how? How? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I can also do this. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure whether I should be impressed or terrified. You should be afraid after what you did to those endlings. Oh, come on. You've literally read the script yourself. Like, you know what's going to happen. I just prefer to live in the moment, actually. So, whatever. Can I just keep reading? Fine, whatever. Okay, anyway, moving the endlings to its own deck allowed the Abyssal Horde to spawn these cards every time it attacked, enabling the Old God's forces to gain in power with each strike. But the best part about adding minions this way was it meant that it could be used in other applications as well, fixing the overarching problem of the game, allowing the endlings to be with all their other minion friends. All right, Nathaniel. Stop saying that like it's not your name too. Is it? Yeah, well, I think yeah, I don't care. Let's just keep reading. Of course, the main one was addressing randomness in the game. By introducing a separate minion deck, the Old God could draw from both its main deck and the new deck, providing consistency in its challenges it presented to the player. If you're doing the math at home, the old system offered an approximate 20% chance of drawing a weaker card, like an Endling or Shade, from a main deck of 86 cards. In contrast, the dual deck system guarantees a weaker card is drawn every turn. This change also allowed me to reduce the number of copies in the main deck as well. Oh, see, now you've done it. First displacing the poor Endlings from their home, and now just murdering other cards. Dude, it's just a game. Not to me, Nathaniel. Not to me. But it helps to make the game better. Like, literally, just give me 2 seconds to, like, explain, please? Fine, whatever, just keep reading your dumb script. Reducing cards actually resulted in a greater variety of cards seen each game, with having fewer duplicates. As a result, players consistently faced interesting challenges drawn by the main deck, while still receiving a steady stream of minions every turn. Thanks to this newfound consistency, I could design Old God cards to be much scarier, incorporating much more powerful effects and interesting abilities. We could also change the Old God's Wasteland cards, which previously allowed the Old God to draw more cards from their main deck each turn. By shifting some of these cards to summon minions instead, we introduced a further layer of balance. While minions are weaker threats, they can accumulate and become overwhelming if left unchecked, serving as much better foil to a player's units than the Old God's other cards. Speaking of Wastelands, minions are also a great benefit because they ensure there's always something attacking the players, keeping up the pressure. Previously, the Old God could strictly draw Wastelands or Ruins, which, while challenging, gave the players an entire turn to prepare or react. Now, I'm not saying every game should implement this sort of system to improve consistency, but it worked incredibly well for Armies Against Entropy. So it's something worth considering if you're someone who is making your own game and you're facing similar problems. Of course, it comes with its own set of challenges. Primarily, it adds a layer of complexity that occasionally introduces new issues that need to be addressed. It could also bring too much consistency to a game if applied in the wrong context, which might remove some of the excitement and unpredictability that card games are known for in the first place. And lastly, it's not like this is a new concept. And lastly, it's not like this is an entirely new concept. It's essentially Magic the Gathering's token system, just applied in a slightly different manner to fit the mechanics of the game. So, you know, I'm not original. I don't know. What do you want from me? Despite that, this was really the right thing for the game, fixing the main problem with randomness while simultaneously solving a bunch of other problems.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm back.
Yeah, that's what you think.
I had to talk to my dad. No, put the stories in video. No, oh, sorry. They're in there. I just haven't put them on. What is because it should be random in theory, but but yeah, I had to pull a tuna, talk to a family member on the phone, you know. People in the Balkans very often want to leave, so it's actually pretty common. Interesting. Okay, I need y'all's opinion. I have this statement here. Armies Against Entropy is a cooperative trading card game where players control lands, build structures, and lead armies of units with specialized heroes. Together, they fight against the evil old gods, their monstrous hordes, and corrupt wastelands and ruins under their control, as these malevolent forces seek to bring out the end of the world. So sort of like a lore bit with a little bit of like game flavor thrown in there. I also wanted just to like explain the goal of the game, but I'm wondering if I need both that and the lore bit in there. So this is the bit that from my video. I don't know if it works perfectly, but let's read it. The goal is to work together with a friend to defeat the old god. To do this, you'll place cards on your turn, divert units to grant your cards more power, and attack the enemy forces. Once they are cleared, you can strike down the old god. Though be careful, the old gods look to do the same. Using their automated deck, they can attack you with powerful cards, dismantling your forces. If they can destroy all your cards, they can attack your god directly, and you lose the game. So I want kind of like an overview. Do I have both this lore bit and the... Have you linked the how to play in your rulebook? I do. Yes, it's at the bottom. But the question is, do I have both these bits in there? Or do I just pick one of them? Or do I do a weird combined thing? I don't know. I'm trying to decide. Yes, I have both. Okay. Do I do this all in like the sort of this color? Like, do I just take this and like have it in this format? Maybe that'll look better. Oh, well. I hate formatted text sometimes. Let's remove its formatting. A lot of time we'll just paste something in a thing to just remove the formatting in like your address bar or whatever. Maybe that'll look better. Yeah, that looks good. It's fine. People can skip it if they don't care, but it's a good introduction. I agree. Okay, I think player card one can be moved. Oh, well, it can be moved down a little bit. The rest of this can be moved down a little. Maybe just all of this can be moved. No, on. Components. This can be moved down a little bit. Does that look good? It's a little more cramped than it was before, but I think that's okay. I think that's good. We'll go with that. Export PNG. The rules. Know what else rules? Tuna. Got him. What are you gonna do about it? Please just hydrate. Is it because I keep clearing my throat? I've tried, dude. Just not helping. It's probably all the concrete dust in my lungs. Fun fact, you will work out. True. Not wrong. Ain't wrong about that. Fun fact. Mm-hmm. Are you pulling a tuna right now? Yeah, sorry. I don't know what it is. God. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just can't help it. There's gunk in there or something. I don't know. Unpleasant fact. I will too. Do it. Let's go. That one was rough. I just did some math proof for fun. Am I okay? Probably not. Yeah, it's just like I can't even cough it out. It's just like whatever. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my clearing my throat. Okay, that's done. All right, so we need to write something here. It should be in here somewhere. If two or more player cards have the same number of units and are being attacked, then the players decide which one. Inflict damage there. Important. Okay, this is the statement we need to add, basically. I don't have examples, I don't think, in here in the book, but I might make this a little more concise. You're too productive. I feel like a speck of dust in comparison. Yeah, Tebow's a very productive person. Tebow, do you have anxiety when you aren't being productive? I'm trying to understand productive people more. I get bored easy, too easy. Yeah, but being bored and being productive aren't the same thing. Because, like, a lot of people are just bored and then they just live with that. They're just like, ugh, I don't know what to do. And then they just, like, roll around, you know? And by that, I mean they just, like, watch stuff. I have that a lot, yeah. I don't know whether to put this on, you know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to kind of build a semblance of what this page is, or this thing is going to look like. And then we'll go from there. Letter, sure. I don't get bored easy, but I'm never productive. You guys make it feel like I'm actually doing a lot, but really I feel like I'm not. I mean, that's how I feel. A lot of people think I'm productive, you know? Maybe you're just better at sharing it, Tebow. Maybe that's the secret. It's probably the wrong text. It's the right text, just the wrong size. Kind of, if two or more players have the same number of units, the player, if two or more player cards are the same, the player may choose which card is attacked, whether it's between their own cards or among multiple player cards. I feel like that's better. If 2 or more player cards have the same number of units and are being attacked, then all players choose which card is attacked, whether it's between their own. That's just extra. Honestly, I think it's probably just. Okay, I need to just like copy one of these. I did it wrong. I need to copy the layer. Maybe I overshare. Who knows? Oh, shoot, gotta go for a while. Oh, okay, goodbye. Did I check my mailbox today? That's it. I'm assuming y'all won't be here. Probably not. I gotta get this done. And then I gotta get a bunch of stuff exported. I kind of really want to get this done, but I also need to get the video done. So it's just like, I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place, but we'll see. We'll see what I do. Like both these things I feel like are equally as pressing. Although the thing I have a deadline for, but this one I just have told myself I'd be done with like last week. So we're kind of just, I don't know. No, that's wrong. Okay. Sorry, I was just reading something that I wrote, but whatever. I can look at the ceiling for hours and not be bored. Well, there you go. Maybe what you need, Tuna, is, I don't know. I was just I had no words or no idea what I was trying to say when I started that. I just decided to start a sentence and had no idea where it was going and hope it would lead me somewhere, and it just didn't. Just trying to be profound, but professional one, help is one. Okay, so in the video, I put it between these two. The text goes here. Ish. You know, it goes in this area. Which I probably can make work. I could probably make some of these things smaller. Yeah, I really don't know what's wrong with my throat. It probably is concrete dust. I love that. Can we make space? Probably. This probably doesn't need to be as big as it is. This can probably be smaller. Oh, the arrow should be in there too. Hitting the wrong button. Hello? Sometimes the way Photoshop works, I'm confused by. You know what I mean? Not to get depressing, but I'm about to get depressing. I can never never go to therapy despite wanting to. Why not? Fortunately, I'm a real tough nut. I feel like therapy isn't exactly about being tough, though. You know what I mean? Like it is and it isn't, you know? Therapy is almost the opposite of being tough, I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong, but... Mom doesn't believe in therapy. Dad wasn't around. I mean, you can still go to therapy, you know? I mean, eventually, right? Like, I feel like that's something you can still... that you can still do. It's not like a one-time thing. You can do that at some point in your life, you know? Tough enough to keep going without therapy. Right. That's fair. That makes sense. I was like, yeah, I guess that's a thing. I'm an adult now. I could go, but I'd have to pay and I can't. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. At some point, I'm going to regret not labeling these. That's okay. Starting to like hate the look of this. Yeah, let's just get the thing in there. Honestly, just a one sentence blurb is fine. It's just this, I think. If two or more player cards have the same number of units and are being attacked, then the players may decide. Players may, I might say collectively decide which one. Sure, good enough. I don't need this. I thought I would need it, but I don't. Okay, I'm getting like 10,000 texts. Is it you, Tuna? Are you texting me? No. There's just like 1,000 people going live on Twitch. It is the top of an hour though, so that's fair. Ow. Okay, the biggest problem I have right now. What would you do if you won the lottery? Nothing different. I would just keep doing this. I'd put more into it, but I would keep doing what I'm doing. Things would not change that much. Truthfully. Man, so you'd be a millionaire for the rest of your life. I mean, I would definitely spend more money. You know, I'd buy more things that I'd want. You know, if like I'm like, oh, I want a camera, I just buy a camera, you know, but like it's not like I would drastically change what I'm doing. Okay, this needs to be in a different. This is the thing I'm thinking of, right? Yeah. Okay, this is damage. I guess it's okay there. I'm almost tempted to get rid of this part here. It just feels like there's too much on here. And like, I feel like it's not like a super useful thing. If the players have no cards remaining on the board, I mean, it's important for sure. It's basically saying if there's no cards, then that old god can attack your gods directly. But like, do I need an image showing that, you know? It'd make all this so much less cluttered, but my plan for winning the lottery is giving every family member each or $1 million each, but I wonder if that's dangerous. I mean, maybe. I mean, yeah, I'd definitely give money to my family, right? But it you know, it all kind of there's a lot of factors with all that, you know. Gosh dang it, why does it keep doing this? There we go. Maybe we just make this part smaller. Sorry, I'm not articulating well because I'm trying to do this thing, you know, do the thing. Kind of don't like where this arrow is. I feel like it's too large. Too in the way. Okay. I'm liking this better. Slightly. Because you can give them money whenever they need it. If you just dump $1 mil on someone, they can ruin their life, or rather they can ruin it, can ruin their life because of it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's almost better to just give money as needed, but at the same time, like, I don't know, some people won't ask for it either, so it's just like, and some people might need it, and some people continue to ask you for money. It's like, yeah, or make poor financial decisions. There's a lot of a lot of whatever. You become an ATM and destroy that relationship too. Yeah, exactly. You know, this is okay. And I was gonna put something in here, but I think that's okay. I think that's okay too. I need to figure out where this chaos worm thing is. I've lost the script. No. Here? No. Where the heck is it? There, under attacking. And that still ended up under there, which is not where I wanted it. Oh, wait. I'm so lost with all that. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter anymore. That looks decent. I'm okay with that. Okay. I think we're done with that. One step closer to victory. I guess the moral of the story is money is evil, burn it all, but not actually because that's illegal. I don't think money is evil. I think that people can be greedy or irresponsible. The issue lies with people, not with the concept of money itself. Okay, editing the rulebook is done. We need to this might be controversial, but if we're being honest, I don't think evil actually exists. I can agree with that. I think. The last objective here. Well, this usually takes forever and I don't like doing it. And usually I do it after the fact, but I don't think evil exists because it's not that I don't think evil exists. I think people can do evil things, but I usually think most things aren't done with malicious intention. I think most people usually have good intentions and just do it bad. You know? All right, let's compile the rule book. some reason Adobe Acrobat is like the laggiest program I own, and it's a freaking PDF viewer. Like, why is it so laggy? How do I create a PDF? Create. I do need to like take all the pages that 1, 7, 12, 14. Remind me that 1, 7, 12, 14. 1, 7, 12, 14. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And 16 is the last, or 15 is the last number. Yes. Yeah, Tuna, I think most things are shades of gray. I don't think anything is truly black or white, good or evil kind of deal. I think that, so like, saying good or evil exists is kind of like a like in a black or white state, I think is just untrue, you know. We also need to update the website. This is why you can see why this is something I don't update the game super often, because there's so much stuff we need to do to get any of it like just a single update, you know. Takes a whole freaking day to do it. Which is mostly like, I would like to do that thing, like God descriptions. I think that's a great idea. I'd also like to do card art. I think people can be bad because they can convince themselves into settling for being less than good. But to me, evil is doing something purely malicious with absolutely no regret. Yeah. And I mean, I'm not thinking that necessarily someone can probably do that, right? Especially if you're like, you're, you know, like mentally ill or something, but I don't necessarily think that's like evil. It's just sad, you know? I don't know. But yeah, I can agree with you. I think evil is a term that like, I don't think many people truly are, if anyone. I mean, people can do evil actions, I think, but I don't know if people like, yeah, someone is here, like, can be I don't know. I guess like being an evil person would just be the culmination of all the evil acts that you do, right? Like, I don't know. It is interesting. Maybe I'm too nice, but it's not evil. That's their nature. Yeah. And someone without empathy could fit into that, but I don't think they do because they didn't choose to be like that. That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. It's weird. 'Tis weird. hard to say, really. This is taking so long. Oh wait, it's reading the document and converting the letters into whatever. What next, Tuna? I think we go for like probably 14 more minutes and then call it a day. Maybe at this point, everything can be put out and then we just... all the other stuff will be extra, probably. I think. Being evil to me is being aware of exactly how bad what you're doing is and still enjoying it. That's fair, right? It's called cartoonish evil for a reason. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah. I think I see what you're saying. Like, I'm evil. And then it's like, I want to destroy the world because it's evil. It's like, okay. Yeah, someone wanting to be evil is weird. Yeah, I don't know if that exists. Unless they're really messed up, but I don't know. I see what you're saying. I can agree with that. Okay, in that case, let's do this. Oh, actually, you know what I need to do? I'm gonna need to change this, which I will do now. Well, no, I won't. I can't do that now. Okay, I need to wait on the rulebook being done, which is going to take a while. Okay, what do I do in the meantime? What else is important? I guess getting everything into screen top. Yeah, I guess so. I keep getting calls, so I miss some stuff here and there. That's all good. I kind of figured. It's like Tuna didn't respond instantly. Must be on a call. Just as I say that, I could do it once. That's crazy. I'm just trying to figure out what to do next. I've got so much to do here. But at some point, I'm just going to be like, some of that can be put to the side. You know? All right, well, I guess it's time to do this. I really don't want to do this. It's just not fun. All right. Old gods are staying the same, at least. Oh, because then we have to build the decks. I don't want to. Okay, it's fine. I'm really tempted to just not do screen top anymore. It's kind of nice for people who don't have Tabletop Simulator, but I feel like most people don't use it. Like, I'm tempted to just throw, like... No, I'll update it, but I probably won't do small updates on it if I'm being honest, but... Export components. It's really not that bad. It's just going to be kind of annoying with the deck building stuff. It doesn't really work well. I could build this in a better way so that like the cards populate in the decks that they're supposed to be in rather than just individual cards, but I don't know, we'll see. Generate screen top files with backs. Yes. No. Well, yeah. This is actually going to be kind of an interesting looking file. On, I'll paste it in the stream chat. Oh, look at Tebow's little potato guy. Tebow, I like your potato guy if you're here. I do need to look at your art stuff there, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. This is kind of a cool image because it's literally just all the player cards in a... I guess I need to make 2 more cards and then I can have, I can just print the entire sheet. Not really, but... Okay, 94 variants. How do I do this again? Components, player cards, variants, add. I need to add 14 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep, okay. And then we go to player card, we go to components, we go to assets, we go to player cards, we import, we get rid of that, and then we put in the thing we just downloaded. This one. That did not work. I hit this. Oh, I guess I have to do it from my computer, huh? Oh, what? Oh, hi. Why are you yelling? Were you concerned by the noise I just made? Which card type do you think is needed the most? In what respect? Like, if I were to add more cards, what I need more of? It's pretty balanced. I mean, because I think there's the same number of lands and spells. I think there's only one more structure than that, and then there's a lot more heroes. So it's definitely not heroes, but probably spells, honestly. Just because I think we've underutilized them for like interesting things, but there's tons of heroes and we still had some of them in multiple decks. Yeah. Honestly, I think any of them can work. Lands are probably it because we have like the most repeat lands throughout things, I would say, but lands and spells are probably pretty much anything but heroes. But even then, yeah, even then it doesn't. Okay, I'm just like not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Screen top version, PNGs. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna do this. Well, no. It's not gonna leak my downloads folder. Not that I have anything weird, but you never know. Not devlogs. Screen top. Oh, I know. Hold on. I understand now. Yeah, that makes much more sense. The fact that exports as a JPEG is wild. I just broke it. Leave me alone. Player cards 1.1.7. Rename 1.1.7. Take these, go back, go to here, paste. Okay, now we go back to here and we upload. And we go to here, and then we go to here. No, we go to. Oh, I went back too far. We go to here, and then we go to here, and then we go to we go to here, and then we go to this, and then we hit open, and we hit save, and then we go back to here, and then we go to player card backs, and then we delete this, and we upload, and then we click the player card back specifically, and we open, and then we save, and then we get back, and then we delete all these because they're broken. Oh wait, it's also not set up right. They are 8 by 12. 8 by 12, save. We've almost doubled the number of cards. And then we need to go to the components, player cards, and then we need to go into variants, and then we need to hit edit and hit select all, and then edit, and then Control A, and then paste all this crap, and then hit save, and then it fixes most things. Not that I have anything weird. Realizes things Tude's been sending him and have downloaded automatically. Never mind. True. Is there a structure in Destruction deck that is replaceable? I just have a thought. Not really. Because right now it's Butcher, which is when things die, monsters minions die, you get a unit. Witch's Hut, which is just great with Necromancer or Swamp. Necromancer Altar, which is just good with Necromancer. And then Waste Haven, which is you gain units when a hero dies, which is also good. Granted, you could replace any of those and just, you know, whatever, but if you want to share your idea regardless, that's fine. But is this just not working? I think this might actually just be done, and it's just... Oops. Oh, stop. Stop. Okay, I guess it's still doing its thing. The fact that it's still going is insane, though. All right, whatever. You know, the Mage's Can I just thought about what if it gained every time a card dies. I could see that. Oof. Okay, we are doing an ad break, and then we'll probably try to wrap up, call it a day. But ad break first. I need lunch.
I was playing Dungeons and Dragons the other day, and by the other day,
you wanted
random
on.
the 20 side.
If you don't mind.
Ever wanted to make? I'm turning my. Have you ever been playing a game?
Ooh,
Hi.
we'll do
Have
that
you ever
one.
been playing a game, maybe with a friend or on your own? Excited to dive into the combat or interesting mechanics when you run into a character whose dialogue just seems to last forever. And even if the story seems interesting, you can't help but mash the skip button. Or maybe you played a game where the story is sprinkled subtly throughout, tucked away in books and item descriptions, painstakingly written by the developers. And despite all that depth, you couldn't be bothered to read any of it. As a game designer, I've been thinking a lot about story in my own games. Granted, I design board games, so generally my story ends up being a 2-sentence blurb at the top of the rulebook or a handful of lines on a card. But it makes you ask, who's actually reading this? Who's it actually for? And I'm not so dumb to think that nobody reads it or it's never enjoyable, but it does bring up the question, do games need story? If I left it all out, if I ignored the flavor text on a card, would anyone even care? Now I bet you're thinking the answer to that question is it depends. It depends if the story is good. It depends on what kind of game it's in. Maybe it even depends on your mood that day. And honestly, you'd be right. As skippable as some stories are, some capture our hearts. They evoke emotion, they make us laugh, smile, and even cry. The characters, the bits of lore, the trials and adventures, we carry those with us. They're a gift, a treasure we keep forever. These stories can matter to us so much. So why is it sometimes they just get in the way? Today I want to dive into this topic and try to understand, do games really need a story? Do they need characters and lore? Do they even need a theme? So join me today as we explore the question, do games need story? First and foremost, let's talk about what story is. I know it's a bit cliche to start by reading off the definition of a story, but as I began my research on this topic, I quickly realized it's kind of hard to actually define. Most definitions will tell you something like an account of imaginary or real people told for entertainment, or simply an account of incidents or events. But if you look at this from a writer's perspective, you'll get a better idea of what a story is made of. Most important of which is that a story needs a beginning, a middle, and an end. And while that might not be a textbook definition, it's a structure that dates back to Aristotle in 300 BC and is still used today. So I would say it's as important as any definition. Here's the thing, that definition doesn't quite sit right with me when it comes to games. Because unlike a movie or a book that unfolds linearly, even if the story jumps around, a game can be told whichever way it wants. A game's entire story can be told through item descriptions or even the environment itself. And while it might not be told to you, it's still there. Let's take Minecraft for example. On the surface, there is no story. It's completely non-linear and you can go wherever you want. There's no dialogue, no lore-filled text. We're barely even really given a theme. I mean, what is it, like fantasy, post-apocalyptic, steampunk? Yeah.
I've returned.
But I think it would be unfair to say
it
that
is
Minecraft
too good.
doesn't
It's too
have
good
a
for its
story.
own good.
It's just told visually, not with.
You're not allowed to say you aren't a gamer after making a masterpiece like that. Maybe so, Tuna. Maybe so. Well, I don't think we're getting this all done today because it's just going to take way too long, especially when this is just not working. Should I say cancel? Just hit the button again. See, now it's working. It was just frozen. Yeah, I don't know. It was a good video. We should perform better, but honestly, at this point, I just don't care. Maybe I just need to make more like that and feel good about it, you know? I like the video. I don't regret making it or anything, you know? Why is it doing it again? Just doing a second pass, I guess. Maybe I should just leave it like this. Who says that YouTube video won't blow up later? YouTube can be weird like that. It's true. It's true. I think I need to keep releasing stuff though, because that will allow it to blow up later, because the more you release stuff, I think the more YouTube shows off your channel. I think your channel will die if you don't post enough. Like, it will recommend your older content more if you are posting stuff more consistently. I'm just gonna let this do its thing while I chill here for a second, because it broke last time. It's just doing it again. It's doing it for a third time. All right, we're just gonna let it do its thing. I lied. Okay, we don't need this anymore. You do your thing, Adobe Acrobat. You just keep on going on, little guy. It's surprising it's such a bad program for like how important it is for just everything. Okay, we have the cards where they need to be. We just need to delete all of this. Oh, God, I hate how this program works sometimes. Delete. It's going to be a nightmare to build all the decks in this. Part of me might not do it, but then again, I don't know. Let's start by just putting the components in and seeing how that works. Okay, it does all of them. Good. We are just gonna do this to start. We are just going to put Can I just Control C, Control V? I can. That is nice. For now, we shall do that. Yeah, so once you gather a solid following, you no longer need to be a slave to the algorithm. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? How that works. Are you still going? No, you're done. Okay, it's maybe because I tapped the button 3 times because it was lagging. Again, I don't know why the PDF viewer lags. Anyway, save. Diablo, Mephisto and his demons. Her demons? Their demon? I don't know. You know, it was interesting because the dispatch stream was doing pretty well view wise. I am kind of wondering, like, this is clearly like not a super interesting stream, and I'll be the first to say it. But I feel like viewership has been less lately. I know like school started and stuff for a lot of people, so that's probably part of it, but like I'm also wondering if I need to keep innovating. I feel like I've been stagnant for a while here. I mean, we are going to switch to Blight of Blackridge, and that might make things a little more interesting, but I feel like stream content has gotten maybe too same. We've gotten too comfortable. But keep in mind, most of your fan base is either in school or employed, so that doesn't mean anything. Well, the active viewership is lower, you know? We're on like 4 viewers instead of like, you know, I feel like 8. It was like double that. I don't know. Just thoughts. It's just about attracting new people, which is the tough part, true. And now this is just broken again. I'm curious if it actually... I have a feeling it actually already saved it. You know, we're just going to open it in Chrome. Yeah, it's already in. Okay, which means we can do this, which is the part I wanted to do in the first place. Customize this button. Rulebooks. This one. Cloud, I guess. Upload. By the way, it might be worth making a TikTok once you start showcasing all your card series. I do have a TikTok. And I post all my shorts on there. And it either I get some views or no views. All right, we need to do one more update to the beta here, and then we needed to make it look like the one for the other one, and then we just need to update it. You know, I just don't care. Okay, I don't use TikTok, but I might download it just to follow and like everything there. You could. You definitely don't have to. Don't get sucked into TikTok on my account, you know what I mean? All right, we need to just delete the beta cards. And then we need to change the background custom. At some point I want to make a better background because this one doesn't wrap properly, but where is it under? Art, probably. Backgrounds. This one, open. Cloud. Upload. Import. Ta-da! Now I will. There you go. Save game. AAE 1.1.7. Save. Do I just upload this to the thing right away? Why not? Whatever. It's fine. We did it. Every social media outside of YouTube keeps recommending me thirst traps and other sexual content, so I couldn't get sucked into them. They actually drive me away. Well, that is definitely what TikTok will do. I'll tell you what. All right, do we need to be in Tabletop Simulator anymore? I don't think so. I think we're done. I think we're done with Tabletop Simulator. Okay, now we need to we need to do the patch notes. which I'm just going to do on my website, and then I'll share the link on Discord. I'm going to have to go to the actual... Yeah, we're going to have to go to my Squarespace on. The website where you can build a website. Sponsored by Squarespace. I used to use Instagram, but now every time I open it, I see butt cheeks and I close for half a year. If you literally just like make sure to not look at that kind of thing, it will give you other stuff. You just have to program it's like that's default algorithm, but if you just look at other stuff that you want to look at, then it will recommend you other stuff. Why are you still here? I don't know, man. I'm still trying to push out the update. It takes forever. Because I have to update Tabletop Simulator, then I have to update the rulebook, or I have to update the rulebook, then Tabletop Simulator, then screentop.gg, then the website, then the Discord. Technically, you can play the game right now. The update is live. All the cards are done. Yes, sir. All the cards are done. The decks are built. It's in game right now. You can actually go in there. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, we finished it like 3 times ago, I think. I like the image that I sent in stream chat. This is kind of fun to look at. Just all the cards. But yeah, it takes forever to actually push the full update out, which I probably could do off stream and it would take me probably half the time, but you know, here we are. At least this is keeping me on it. I really should also I should be working on my video, but at the same time, I wanted this out last week and we haven't gotten it out. So what's the point of seeing butt cheeks on the same platform? I want to see cute animals. Well, some people want to see both things, Tuna. All right, here's my website. Here's the back end of my website. Oh, we're actually getting site visits. February 5th, we got 32 impressions. We got 1 yesterday. No, that's today. Quick, everyone visit my website. In the same place? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know everyone's life. Maybe they need a good balance of material. Okay, we need to update this rulebook. How do I do this again? I can do, oh God. Edit. Click on this button. Edit. 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 Upload. Please tell me this is how this works, because last time I like broke everything. Not really, but open. It took like 6 years to upload the thing. Like for some reason, Squarespace is like, I don't know how to handle PDFs. And it's like, really? But why? Okay, it actually worked. So attach link. Cool. Exit. Play the game. This is probably the old version. It is. Okay. Edit. Click on this. Edit. Edit. Do that. There we go. Save. Okay, that's updated. Roblox would say the same thing. Dark jokes. Sorry. Womp womp. Bad tuna. Patch notes. We need a new patch note. How does one do a new patch note? Pages? Patch notes. New? Yes. Patch 1.1.7. Right here. We want everything from here down. Well, not really. To here. Thinking of revisiting Soul. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Can this actually be formatted different? Can we manage that? It's a great question. I'm not sure. If I'm being completely honest, I don't know. I want the text to be like more like a... Is there a way to do this where it's like 2 panels? Or not? Or not, you know? I like Soul as a concept. I feel like as I was developing Soul, it kind of felt like a game that was cool, but not really one that I would like to play as an RPG. Like, it's not how I play D&D. So I just don't know if it would be good the other way, but I think we'll revisit a lot of the mechanics if we end up doing the stream-based TTRPG thing. So that's the short answer. I guess we could just put all the art in here and then not have this note. All right, here's what we need to do. We need to download all the art. The old guy looks cool is all. I need his lore. What old guy? Are you looking at my art? You do not want his lore. You do not want his lore. Would you be interested in a stream-based TTRPG being sci-fi? I can see that. That'd be cool to make it modular so I could just do it either way, you know? Like make it so it works either I don't know if I want numbered images. I really do. So all the characters, at least all the ones with like the similar backgrounds, are from my friend's campaign. Well, not my friend's campaign. It was our campaign, but my friends were part of it. They were those are our player characters. The evil looking guy is blame my friends. His name is B Sans Moonders, which is basically just Bernie Sanders, which again, you know, you might not know, I guess not being American, but I would assume you might know of him, or whatever, but an American politician, if you aren't aware, if you are, then you get the joke. It's not really a joke. He's just basically, for some reason, an evil, random version of, the old guy. Yeah. I guess there's enough memes with him, right, that you'd probably, you know. Anyway, for some reason, that was his whole character. Couldn't explain further than that, really, but it reminds me of Prince Hawthorne from Community. Yeah, kind of. Pierce, not Prince. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. It was just a character that didn't really make any sense, but here we are. Here we are. My art's gotten a lot better since then, I feel like. Speaking of characters, what do you guys think about my recent ones? I have not been able to read all your stuff, Tebow. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have not had the time to read your 30-page lore dump. I would love to, but I just haven't had the chance. That's who my next D&D character is going to be. Evil old guy. I could see that. But yeah, I have been very, very busy boy. You need to give us a TLDR. I can't read that much. There is a TLDR if I remember correctly, but I don't remember what I don't know. I haven't dug too in depth in the Tebow lore. I've been trying to get my video edited, which I'm pretty close on. There's a few things I need to do. I'm trying to get all like the little extras done, and then it will just be recording me talking like to camera and what's it called? Oh, I really should have had them numbered. I regret everything. Frick. Fine. Just gonna download it again. Number images. I don't need the backs though. Export. I should, in theory, make that quicker. Barry equals self-inscribed inscribed for invulnerable went wrong. Sorry, I can't read. Couldn't read. Partly fused opened opening unexpected doors. Mechanical. Okay, nice. But just a necromancer with some vague lore. Barry has been played in for 90 plus in-game days now. Nice. Yeah, okay. I think I saw a lot of that. I skimmed. I didn't necessarily read everything. I guess I read the character descriptions. I just didn't read all like the other stuff that you said. I like it though, Tebow. Yeah, what I think you, hold on, give me a second. I have it here. What was it? Marikath. Yeah, I see all of them. Yeah, there they are. Oh, here you go. Marikath, the character, threw together in one shot. So you guys, an hour experiment with tinkering characters. And then I found Artificer. They aren't on D&D Beyond. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to, if I was still paying for the thing, I would definitely share my books with you, but I'm not, and I can't really afford to just spend random money, but if I was, I definitely would. Marikath would be so much better. Meerkat. I thought that's what you said when Marikath, isn't it? Oh, would be so much better. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was like, is that not what the name was? Is that inspired by? Wait, I'm trying to make martial art warlock a charlatan who shares a body with an ancient emperor. I don't know how to incorporate the martial arts. You don't know how to incorporate the martial arts mechanically or as part of the lore. It's inspired by a Duro by chance. Yeah, I don't know what that is either. Yes, mechanically. Make them a what's it called? Make them a Spellblade lore. Not Spellblade. Is it Spellblade? Why am I blanking on what it's called? What's the spell one? What's it called? Hexblade Warlock. And there you go. Then you have a melee Warlock. And then you just give them like fist weapons instead of a sword. Mechanically, it will work out, I promise you. I want to play a female character and a necro. Making her a goblin is just an extra challenging, as they are seen as vermin. She's pretending to be a halfling. My first D&D character was a dark elf necromancer. First character I ever played. Do I have that on? Probably don't have that on my D&D stuff, just because she's the art is just not great. It's very old. There you go. There's Lilith and her bat. That's it. That's my old art. That's... You know, it's kind of crazy. This is only 9-year-old art. You know what I mean? Like, the quality difference is pretty substantial. Right? For 9 years. That's actually not... That's like... My improvement level, I think, is pretty high. You know what I'm saying? It's good. What are you talking about? I'm just saying, like, the line quality. I mean, like, look how like the line quality is very like shmerp, and the anatomy is very not great. Like her arms sticking out the side of her or whatever. But you know, I mean, it is always like weird to say like, oh, it's not that good when there's like a lot of people who would like be happy to be able to draw something like that. You know what I mean? But I did some IRL art today, by the way. I think I saw a little bit of that in your art thing. I glanced at it. I mean, I was streaming and currently am still streaming, but like compare that art to like this art, right? You know what I mean? Like she's like compare her to oh god, I closed it. Whatever, you know what I mean, right? She's like 10,000 times better than my other art of my other character. You guys haven't met Arashi, even though you met her for like half a second. You saw her in the corner. We don't pit women against each other, Beats. You're right. I'm so sorry. Shit. No one's going to cancel me. Yeah, insane, right? I mean, and that's only like I don't know. You know, that might... Is that only 9 years old? That's probably about right. It might be a little bit older than that, maybe, but I don't know. It's just kind of... I'm proud of my improvement, I guess is all I'm trying to say. Okay, I got so incredibly distracted. I don't know what I was doing anymore. I downloaded all these cards. It's probably because I need food. I have not eaten lunch. Beats, you played a woman in a one-shot, right? I realized you have an owl and I gave my character a corrupt rat flavored as a skeleton rat because necromancers eat. Yeah, they need better necromancer low-level spells. I did. I played, it was, what's her name? I can't remember her name now. She has the same last name for no reason as one of my characters in the campaign we're currently doing. What's her name? Edda Kibanis. Life Domain Cleric. With the ability to cast spells. They're like all the spells are specifically picked so that you can cast through your familiar, which is I think a cool thing with familiars that is probably underutilized, and I just thought it'd be cool to just completely utilize that, you know what I mean? You can pit men against each other. Put everyone next to Whale Hunter. He mugs them. There you go. Tuna says it, so it must be so. I want to play myself torturing. What? Like a tortured self-torturing ranger. Sorry, I didn't, like, for some reason didn't see the self part. What, in what way, Tuna? I need more context. Okay. Website. Squarespace. Maybe we do it like this. We have our heroes. Let's add a gallery. And then we can upload media. We can grab every single hero, throw it in there. Gallery blocked. This content, a block. Sorry, never mind. It's not blocked, it's block. The word block. Okay, let's let it load. Bathe in boiling water every day. Okay, I needed the context, whether it was like mentally or like, I feel like I remember you talking about that. I've heard about this character before in some way. Now, I don't know if this is visually appealing. Ooh, maybe we should do a carousel. That'd be kind of fun. How does this look? Save. Can I preview it? No, hold on. Save. Yeah, that looks nice, I think. Preview. Sure, why not? All right. Don't like these spaces being here though. Royal Knight is also one word. Whatever, it's fine. Gallery. Yeah, I think I remember you talking about that character, Tuna, at some point. It's wild, really, truthfully. You know, even the difference between Bard and Mermaid is insane, let alone the older cards, and Bard is glorious, mind you. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? I've improved a whole heck ton. I probably should take on like my next project. Hi. I should take on like my next project I take on really should be probably more drawing real people, because I think it's one of my it's like a I haven't, like, anatomy is one of my things I need to improve on more, and I have been sorely neglecting it because I've been doing you know, little silly little guys, you know. We should do a co-stream art or something. I'd be down. Like just doing art. Did I miss? I missed one, didn't I? Gosh dang it. Sorry, hold on. I will finish that thought in a second. I think I forgot cave. I forgot cave. Like both drawing at the same time while hanging out kind of thing, or like we both work on one art piece, or what? I think both would be cool, but yeah, like we pick maybe a theme and draw something in chat. Yeah, I'd be down. I'd definitely be down for that. Because I know you could do something like draw a pile and do like a like a one art at the same time. All that would be kind of chaos. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd be down for that. I've wanted to do like challenges where like you do kind of a swap, like maybe we both draw a line art and then we swap pieces and we render each other's line arts or something. Like I thought that would be kind of a cool stream thing to do. We have done plenty of those. Yeah. Those are cool. I think the biggest thing with that kind of thing is like speed, right? Like it's kind of hard to, like, how do you, like I feel like one person could be much faster at doing, you know, line art than someone else. Just do a timer, I guess. Yeah. Oh, Arcane Construct's new. I kept thinking it was in the old deck. The old whatever. Anyway, this works. Ooh, what if it was a game where you get to choose some keywords you need to incorporate and see how each of you end up with it. Ooh, that's cool. Kind of like a game jam, like a game jam, but for art. For a singular art piece. I hope this looks good at the end because it looks weird here. This needs to be like a larger title, like I don't know, heading 2. Maybe not heading 2. Maybe it needs to just be like a paragraph 1. Sure. Yeah, this did not paste quite right, huh? Why did it do that? Sometimes I hate how things get formatted and this kind of stuff. Hi, baby. Hi. Little fluffs. The fluffy one. The fluffy one. There we go. Okay, let's save. I want to exit. I want to preview. Okay, why is this so much larger than the other ones? Like, why? Why is it formatted like that? Okay, hold on. Edit. Can I do this? Ah, okay, I see. I understand now. I see. Yes, indeed. Okay, save. I guess that's it. Publish. YOLO. Like, you get horse clown bow and you draw a clown riding a horse aiming a bow and the other a horse clown wearing a big bow. There you go. True. I can see that. I love the dancing bird. It's my favorite. It's like my favorite emote. It just I hovered over it for a second and it just played extremely fast. And that was funny. I don't know why this is like weird. See, like, I don't understand why formatting does this kind of stuff. I just need to do that. There we go. Beautiful. Like this, yet again. 8 p.m. at 20% battery. What does it mean? Oh, lots of on 3-3. 2020 right now on 20% battery. No, I don't know. What does it mean? It means that your phone's battery is at 20% on at 2020 o'clock. All right, I think we're good. We need to go to my actual website. We need to refresh. We need to copy this. And then we need to go to here. We're just gonna do this on Discord right away. Y'all are just gonna have to be here for it, you know? AAE update log. New post. There you go. Oh wait, can I actually do this? Yeah, okay. Six years ago, this would have been freaky. True. Only if it was 6 years ago, and oh god, I can't do the math. 11 days earlier. God, I'm so dyslexic. What card should I do to represent this? Oh. Obviously me. Self-insert. I can do what I want. Patch notes. Post. And then we do news. I feel like I might want to write more for this, but that's probably fine. $2026 right now and 33% battery, which is coincidentally the current date. I see you're charging your phone. Okay, I think there's one more thing I want to do before the end of stream, but I'll finish this later. I'll do all the deck building on that later. That seems excessive. right now. But the one thing I do want to do is I want to update my I want to update this because yeah. I don't know how easy that's going to be. I might be able to just, I think I already uploaded the cards based on the whatever thing, majiggy. So in theory, I can just go here, or wait, which one is it? This. Pages. Art. Armies against entropy. Edit. Edit gallery. Now the question is, say I like click here and I hit add. Search images. If I just add all of these. Oops, there's more. Oh wait, there's more. All of these. Where is it going to add them? Probably at the bottom, is my guess. Yes. Okay, can I move them easily? If I select all of them and drag them. Yes, okay. Sometimes these kind of things are just like the absolute worst. Like you move something and it like moves like 12 other things and gets really annoying. Why is my viewership bumped to 8 when I'm just doing more boring stuff? Just kidding. Sometimes I wonder what streaming is, you know? Like, what am I doing? What are we all doing here? We're all just here to hang out. I get it. Okay, add coming in 3 minutes. All right, we're gonna get this done, and then we're literally gonna be we've got to be done after that. I need food. We're at that point again. Oh, damn it! Gosh, dang it! Oh, I went too far. Lands. Here. Couldn't let him get away with it. No, you couldn't. I'm on sit-ups, I think. Toot would be so proud of you. Gotta be tootin', yeah. You darn rootin', tootin', son of a gun. What is a son of a gun? Can we talk about that for a second? Come here. No, come back. Come here. No, come back. She loves to just be just out of arm's reach. Oh, son of a gun. That's a song. It is a song, but what does son of a gun mean? Kitten. Are you being a good kitten? Long kitten. I've been streaming for 5 hours. What am I doing here? I'm losing my mind. I'm going to work through the ad just to get this done, and then we can raid someone once the ad's over, more or less. What are we doing? Structures now. it'll be nice to have these all added because then when people ask me what I've been working on, I can share it. A lot of people ask, like, when I raid, like, oh, what does your art look like? And I'm like, this is all the old stuff. Look at some of my new stuff. Although I think just the fact that there's ad trapped, indeed. Jail. Now, yes, thankfully now they can see my favorites, indeed, yeah. Yeah, you're always like, show them Whale Hunter or whatever, and I'm like, it ain't on there. It ain't there, Chief. Kind of forgot Arcane Construct wasn't added last patch. Show them Shapeshifter. Well, now I can just show them the entire list of cards. Honestly, I think that's almost more impressive itself a lot of the time. Is just like, hey, look at all 150 of these cards. Does it tell me how many images I've selected if I select more than one? Yeah, hold on. Okay, how many cards? 139. It's pretty crazy. Wait, is that right? It feels wrong for some reason. All the heroes, we added the new lands, we added the new structures, we added the new spells. Yeah, and the gods are the same, old gods are all the same. Yeah, cool. Close. Look at all these cards. That's right. No Nevik sacrifice. So some are missing. That's the intention currently. We are not doing those yet. And whatever the other one is. Me when someone visits my YouTube channel and the YouTube decides to show them an old video, but look at the new cool one. Exactly, right? But you also have card backs there, so there's extra. I didn't count those, but yeah, there's a little extra content in there for fun, for the funsies of it. I think that's it. I think we're basically done. We have all our art together. There's probably some stuff I'm missing, but I can kind of pick away at that. Again, like I need to build all the decks in screen top and then save it like that, but whatever, you know what I mean? Okay, now tell me your favorite card. It can't be Enchanted Grove. It definitely wasn't Enchanted Grove. I like Mage's Academy over Enchanted Grove. Personally. Yippee! Congrats, thank you. Yeah, huge update. Holy heckaroo. Now we just need to do a bunch of collabs playing the game. If you're ever interested, Nova. And I also need to do like a bunch of what's it called? Just like on our Discord server playtests. I actually do like Royal Knight a lot. The perspective is technically broken, but I think it looks kind of cool. Mermaid's pretty good. I'm notoriously bad at these kind of games, but I'll be a seat filler if you need one. I mean, up to you, obviously, but it's a team game. So you won't be alone, you know? It's collaborative. It can't be Mage's Academy. Let's just speed things up. It can't be any card released other than Whale Hunter. What about Mad Scientist? I do love the background of Mad Scientist. I think that one turned out one of the coolest like environments. Whale Hunter's cool, but Mermaid's pretty cute. Honestly, Cleric still holds a special place in my heart. I don't know why. It's the Osgathian Warrior. No, I don't know, man. I can't tell you which child I love the most, you know? Out of respect for one of the most, or one and only DDP, Mad Scientist is top, true. Looks like Clash Mini's Shield Maiden, yeah. Iron Sentinel's also very cool. I feel like I could have done a little more with the background, but it's okay. Cleric gives me those vibes, yeah. Yeah. Well, I think that's it. I do like Frozen Woodland a lot too. I think that one turned out really nice. It's very pretty. That was just an art piece I wanted to do and we made it into a card is basically how that turned out. Now I think about it, AAE does have similar vibes to Clash Mini. Yeah, I can see that. The end of an era. I wonder if you'd agree. I mean, that's like Clash of Clans, right? Or am I thinking of something else? Yeah, it's Clash of Clans. Same whatever, right? Same lore. Same universe. Yeah, I mean, I'd say so. It's like cute, but medieval, but whatever. But evil, dark creatures. Yeah, cute button. Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, it's same, but different. End of an era, 07, indeed. No, I still have my camera on. The old cat cam. I also liked Field a lot. Field turned out pretty good too. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's gonna be really cool when these are finally printed and we have like a cool whatever. Yeah, most of these, like the characters and stuff, like you asked me about redoing Osgathian Warrior, like if I ever would. I don't think I'd ever redo the pose or anything. I would just make the card look more like cool environment, you know? Like the if I ever really wanted to, like Frenzied Marauder, like we could make Barbarian look almost equally as cool if we just put in a little bit of like fog and then just did the lighting better. You know what I mean? But it's all lighting, really. I mean, obviously some of the shapes could be better and stuff, but here we are. Now for box art. True. You have to do that. Yeah, it really would be cool to see these actually printed, because even my like crappy printed cards look really nice, you know, the like test print thing. But any hoodles. I think we're gonna find someone to raid. I am trying to decide who we want to raid. Nova, you know anyone cool? You probably raid cool people sometimes. Oh, Painty Dex is live. We could raid her again, but she's cool. Do it. You want? Yeah, she's cool. Let's raid her. Why not? It's a good stream. I agree. Let's do it. You too, DDP. Everyone, yes, have a good day. I'll be back on Thursday. Me and Hell are doing collab. Should be fun. Some gamer hours. Going crazy. Doing games. You saw me praise him. Bye-bye. Yeah, see y'all up in the air about Sunday, but maybe we'll do more dispatch. I kind of feel like maybe that's the thing to do. We could do D&D, but I'm not 100% certain, so we'll see. Anyway, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Saluting with both hands. Yeah, goodbye. Away we go. Time to raid. Hey. Sorry, cat. Bye. Farewell. Fare thee well. Goodbye.
Do you think, is it just because Francie sounds very Bavarian? Is it very Bavarian? Hi,